Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good morning and welcome to the December 12, 2023 Historic Preservation Board meeting. We have a full board, although one of our members is remote today. I think Debbie will talk a little bit more about that. I'll start us off with just a review of our sequence. For each item, we begin with the staff presenting an item and describing their recommendations. The board has an opportunity to ask questions directly to the staff. Then we'll invite the applicants to make their presentations in a limited time and return to their seats. At that point, we'll field any questions from the board and ask the applicant to respond to them all at once rather than one by one, and then return to their seats. After that, we'll open to the public hearing. We'll have an opportunity for people in the room and on Zoom to make their comments, and we'll reserve an opportunity for the applicant to provide a rebuttal if necessary. Then we'll go on to our board member comments, ending with the chair and moving on from there to a motion. And with that, I'll turn it over to Deborah Tackett.
Good morning. Okay, is that better? All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Historic Preservation Board meeting. Just a couple quick announcements this morning. To the board members, I did pass out the schedule for 2024, the meeting dates. We do have 3 board members that are up for reappointment this year. We have Mr. Breslin, Mr. Stewart, and Mr. Reed, who are eligible for reappointment. We will ask you, even if appointments are not done this month, we will ask you to plan on attending both the January and February meetings. If appointments are made, I will also update you with that. But if you're still interested in being on the board, it's always helpful to reach out to the elected officials to express your desire to continue on this board. Our chairman, Mr. Lopez, is actually termed out. But again, we will ask you to consider attending the January and February meetings in case your seat has not been filled by then. With that, and to follow up with Rick, Lindsay Lovell is joining us via Zoom this morning, and she will be participating in the meeting. With that, I will turn it over to Nick Kalergis, Deputy City Attorney, for some notices, including the notice regarding lobbyist registration and swearing in any members of the public wishing to testify. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning, Debbie, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with members of the board physically present, 1 member participating remotely, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate virtually in today's meeting, the public may dial by phone 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488 #, or enter the webinar ID directly in the Zoom app, which again is 817-4834-7488. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Next, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to swear in any members of the public and staff who will be testifying today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Board members, the first business on the agenda this morning is the approval of the November 14th minutes. Do we have any edits, or do we have a motion?
Motion to approve?
All those in favor? Okay, that passes. Thank you. Okay, moving on to, we have no requests for continuances, I don't believe, this morning. So moving on to the regular items, we have our first application is HPB 230575. This is the 100 block of Lincoln Road, right-of-way, and 1 Lincoln Road. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for improvements to Lincoln Road between Collins Avenue and the Beach Walk. This application was initially heard by the board at their October 10th meeting. During that meeting, the board had issued some feedback and made some recommendations to the applicant. Since that time, the applicant has revised their plans and has that is what is before you today. The summary of the modifications are, number one, the gateway structure that was shown previously has been actually removed from the current request, and the applicant is going to further develop that concept, and if a gateway structure were to be added later, that would come back to this board with the full details of that. The curb cut in driveway, assessing the parking garage and loading area of the Ritz-Carlton, has been reduced in width by almost 2 feet, from 32 feet 1 inches to 30 feet 2 inches. The design of the art wall has been further developed and currently incorporates geometric shapes clad in quartzite stone and areas for historical narrative inscriptions. The pedestrian crosswalk signs have been proposed to be introduced at the beach walk for enhanced pedestrian safety, and the proposed paver material within the pedestrian areas will be consistent with the new pavers selected for the Lincoln Road Master Plan, so we'll have some continuity with the paving material, which staff is very supportive of. In summary, staff does believe that these changes are consistent with the direction given by the board, and we are supportive of the application and recommending approval, subject to the conditions outlined in our draft report. I am available for any questions if the board members have them. If not, we have the applicant here wishing to present.
Do any board members have questions for Debbie? No? Okay, welcome.
Welcome. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I don't know why, but Debbie always steals my thunder. I literally have nothing left to say after her wonderful description of the changes to our application, but maybe I'll make a couple of remarks. So, Michael Larkin here on behalf of the applicant, which is the Ritz-Carlton Ownership Group that's composed of the Canavos, Lowenstein, and Ben Joseph families. As you know, this application seeks the approval of much-needed safety and aesthetic improvements to this very important area of the city. Representative families are here with us this morning. Also means the landscape architect, Andres Arcia, our traffic engineer, Adrian Dabowski, our project architects, Kobe Karp and Matthew Picard, my colleague Graham Penn, Richard Murphy from Ownership. He is most knowledgeable about construction management and logistics, and Peter Canavos. We have no objection to staff's suggested conditions. When you start a project, you usually have goals that you want to meet. And here, Ownership had 2 goals, pedestrian safety and aesthetics. And when there was a choice between the 2, pedestrian safety always won out over aesthetics. They feel they've done a wonderful job in trying to make this 100 block a safer place to walk for pedestrians. And at the same time, they've achieved another goal of aesthetics, making it a much more beautiful block from Collins all the way to the beach walk. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Adrian and walk you through from his perspective as our traffic consultant.
Good morning. Adrian Dubkowski with Kimley Horn, offices at 2 Alhambra Plaza, Coral Gables. So one of the recommendations that was provided to us was to revisit the loading parking garage driveway to see if we could make it narrower to minimize the pedestrian crossing distance. So the first step of that evaluation was to look at the vehicular volumes to see if we need to have entering and exit traffic operate simultaneously. And when we look at that, we essentially, during the peak hour, The traffic volume here is one vehicle entering and exiting every 2 minutes, for a total of 48 vehicles in the peak hour, both entering and exiting. Of that, 5 vehicles are trucks going in and out of the Ritz-Carlton driveway. This includes self-parkers in the garage/residence, valet trips, and then also the loading vehicles. When we look at the driveway, the Public Works Manual allows us to go as wide as 40 feet, but our initial design was 32 feet, which accommodated entering and exiting vehicles simultaneously. We looked at that a little bit more and were able to take 2 feet off of the north side of the driveway to reduce it down to 30 feet. What this allows us to maintain is a truck entering the driveway, as well as a passenger car exiting at the same time, which is the graphic to the right. When we look at the types of trucks that are operating at the cul-de-sac end, the Ritz-Carlton, the largest trucks that they use are single-unit 40-foot trucks, while the Walgreens uses larger interstate tractor-trailer type trucks. So in our redesign, we are able to accommodate all of those vehicles without having the curb overruns that are currently occurring or sidewalk intrusions. What we've done is prepared a series of simulations showing the existing condition and what the 40-foot truck looks like as a simulation to see what maneuvers are needed to get that truck into the site, backing in across the driveway, since the driveway is not wide enough to be able to accommodate the head-in maneuver. So you can see that here, the multi-point turns that are required to back in across that sidewalk, conflicting with the pedestrians and also any vehicular traffic that's in the street end. Our next simulation, what we're showing is, what if we just took the truck, regardless of what the site constraints are, and just pulled it head in to see how much space we would need to be able to accommodate that head in maneuver. So you can see here, what the truck does is it goes over a portion of the sidewalk and the curb area to pull head in, and then it intrudes a little bit into the beach walk area to be able to make that maneuver in. But with this, you'd be able to have a passenger car exit the driveway while maintaining the truck access. So then what we did was develop a site plan that is able to accommodate that head-in maneuver for the truck, and also be able to accommodate the larger interstate trucks that it will be serving the Walgreens too, to be able to turn around at the cul-de-sac. And here a passenger car is able to exit at the same time as the truck is entering the loading zone as well. What we've also done is implement in-pavement crosswalk lighting across the crosswalk and the driveway in order to enhance the pedestrian experience and make it more prominent to vehicular traffic. We've also implemented yield to pedestrians and crosswalk signs for the vehicular traffic, and then also implemented vehicle crossing sidewalk signs for the pedestrian traffic to alert them to the vehicles that are in this area. Moving over to the beach walk, what we've looked at here, we've heard the recommendation to reevaluate this, and because of the high-speed bicyclists that are traveling along the beach walk and rollerbladers. So the way that we've designed this is to create a kind of a reverse curve through that street, through the beach walk end, in order to slow that traffic down, and then also implement signs here alerting the people that are on the beach walk, bicyclists, pedestrians, and also rollerbladers, that there are additional pedestrians, a high volume of them entering in from the beach walk at this location. Andres will now get into the design aspects of the project.
Good day, staff, board members. Andres Arcila with Natural Visual Landscape Architecture, offices at 6915 Red Road, Suite 224, Coral Gables, Florida. So in regards to the design, what we are looking at here is what we've done to elaborate the design for the art wall. So this is the beach access path. So from the end of the cul-de-sac going east and towards the beach. So here you could see the entry to the path. So number one is where the future gateway would be. And then number two is the art wall location and the sculptures along the way. And then number three is the park. What we're illustrating here is the some widths in terms of what we've done. So entering the beach access path, we've increased that width to 19.5 feet. And then as you go along, then where the wall is, it goes to 13.8, and then it opens up more to 17.5. This right here is an overlay of the existing conditions versus what we are proposing. So you could clearly see the difference between the two and the significant improvements that we are doing in terms of widening the path and making it more safe and inviting. Here's the new design for the proposed art wall. The top is an elevation of the almost the full run of the beach access path. So one of the main key components that the wall is doing is really the wall. Part of it is shielding the loading dock, and that wall basically we are doing it based on code and the maximum height allowed, which is 7 feet from established grade. We didn't want to do just a simple wall, so we went in the direction of this art wall, and we wanted to make it fun and exciting. So there's variations in terms of heights, materiality, colors, and then you'll see in other slides, one of the other things that we added to try to get more blockage and to soften that up was to incorporate a planter on the top. So in terms of the design itself, it's really inspired by Art Deco geometric shapes. So here's the bottom elevation is zooming into that. So there's the sequence of the various shapes and variations in heights. Next, it's a zooming of one of the portions of the wall, and then also a cross-section. So in the cross-section, you can see there's actually a small retaining wall that is at the base, and that wall carries all the way to the east, to the park, and it also mimics on the right-hand side, so it's consistent. But then on the left, where the art wall is, then we basically take that wall and extrude it and clad it with the different materials, which are really is 3 materials. So it is exposed concrete, and then we're doing cladding with pink quartzite and green quartzite. Here are 2 images. The left image is the existing conditions. So you see the path where it's the most tight is 7.5 feet. And then our proposed design, our most narrow point is 13.8. Here on this rendering, you begin to see the different conditions that I was describing in terms of the materials, the extrusions on the material, given the wall depth, and then the base wall, which is the small retaining wall that carries through all the way to the east, both on the left and right-hand side. This is the previous design, just for reference. Here's the new proposed design. Also, one of the components that we are adding to this design is a historical component. So we are looking at incorporating some sort of writing and descriptions of the founding fathers and some of the key significant milestones of the development of Lincoln Road, so that in and of itself becomes a point of attraction for locals and tourists, and begin to tell more about the story of Lincoln Road. We also think that as that component is developed, it could be taken further than the text, and there could be some sort of QR code for anyone that wants to learn more. So here's another rendering. from another perspective. This one's now looking back towards the west. An elevation of the wall. And then here are the materials, pink quartzite, green quartzite, and the smooth exposed concrete. And then these are some examples of what we are exploring in terms of how to incorporate the text onto the wall. So we're looking at doing it as like an engrave in an elegant and sophisticated manner. And this is the overall plan, render plan, from the beach access path to the beach walk. And I think that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is that it for the entire presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Does the board have any questions for the applicant?
It's just that, and I did have a conversation after I saw this with Michael regarding the area where it narrows down and there's plantings in between and it becomes wood on both sides. And I'm just concerned that you go from a wide width and you've got both bicyclers and pedestrians, and all of a sudden it narrows down and there's really no place to get out of the way. And he explained to me it was something that was required by staff or whatever. I would just like to see that ultimately gets worked on and thought out. I'm not going to vote against this, but that's just a concern that I think needs to be addressed.
Okay, we'll field everyone's comments. Are there any questions for the applicant right now? Brian?
I also met with the applicant on this design. One of the questions I did bring to your attention, I just wanted to understand if you guys had a visual, a model of the quartzite that you plan to use, if you have that with you, or was that something you guys were able to bring?
Yes?
Oh, okay. I just thought that it would be interesting for us to see it kind of live, because some of the renderings kind of don't quite show.
Right, so we do have some of what it could be. We connected with a couple of providers. The thing about the material is that not until we're ready to purchase the material, we won't really know exactly the stone, because it could vary based on the quarry, but we do have one that is kind of relevant, and I'm happy to share that.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you. I guess we can go on to the public hearing.
Yes, before we open it up to public comment, do any of the board members have disclosures?
I had a conversation with Matthew Goltanoff about it.
Just the conversation that I had with Michael that I mentioned.
I had a conversation with Peter Canavos and Michael Larkin, and Mr. Arcila as well.
And I did take a Zoom call with the applicant and design team to review some of these revisions. But I can remain impartial.
Okay, great. Anyone in chambers, please come forward. If you have comment, anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand.
Good morning. My name's Ann Bloom. I live at the Decoplage. I am here to speak generally in favor of these these improvements. Now that we have our tower or the building that's going in, we do appreciate all of the efforts, both of the board, of the Ritz-Sagamore folks, and all the work that's been done to really make Lincoln Road more beautiful and a better place. At this point, you folks in the presentation really wrapped up a lot of my questions. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that I do just aesthetically much more appreciate the coral, the original design, than the proposed revised design. But I also appreciate the concerns about pedestrian safety and cyclist safety. I, from time to time, am one of those cyclists. Never get close enough to the wall, and frankly, you have to go slowly in there. There's really always too many people to be able to go too fast to be able to get hurt. That being said, I also noted in the pictures that we were just shown, there still remains some edges on the proposed redesign, so I'm not sure if that really fully accomplishes the attention to the safety that we were talking about and concerned with. So having said all of that, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, on Zoom, I see Daniel Seraldo. Good morning, Daniel.
Hi, Daniel. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you very much, members. Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. I had planned to be there in person, but unfortunately I had a schedule conflict come up. But I know that you've all received our positions, which are on our blog at mdpl.org in case anyone from the public wants to see. As far as this project, the advocacy committee met and reviewed the latest proposal. We are supportive of the proposed changes to the 100 block of Lincoln Road. However, we have concerns about the revised design for the wall adjacent to the loading dock. We were generally supportive of the previous design's coral-inspired wall, and we prefer that to the new proposal, which is the Art Deco geometric-inspired quartz site. We just were kind of having struggling a little to understand how that design kind of connected to the historic district and the surrounding areas. Usually you see that sort of stone on like a countertop, but you know, it's definitely unique. We are, though, appreciative of the other steps the applicants have taken to address your concerns, and those are all outlined in our position. And so we appreciate your review and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Valerie Navarrete. Good morning,
Hi,
Valerie.
Hi, Valerie. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 3
Hi,
minutes.
good morning, all. Thank you for everything that you do. I just would like to express my approval for this project. I think it's wonderful. I think that safer for the public, and it's going to beautify the Lincoln Road, a part of Lincoln Road that almost none of us go because it's actually dangerous, and I believe that this project is long overdue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public wishing to comment.
Okay, thank you. Would the board like to begin with comments? Ray?
I also like the first wall better than the second wall, but what I like about the second wall is that the history that you're going to have on there to talk about the building. I was wondering originally what all that writing was going to be my question, but you answered it already. So I could go either way. I mean, if there was a way to do the wall the way it was originally without, and ensuring that there wasn't going to be sharp points, you know, I did prefer that. And that said, I'm going to vote for this one way or the other.
Stuart?
Okay, before more people say they preferred the first wall, because the first one actually is prettier. But I appreciated Mr. Larkin's comment, one of his few comments on this presentation, that public safety comes first over aesthetics too. And I appreciate that that's the first concern here. And just visually, for what it's worth, I'm not an art critic or expert. Sure, the first one was maybe more attractive because it had a local theme, corals, and so people have expressed that the one now kind of fell short for them. I think that this is a very important location. It's a public location. This is public art. Would it be possible to do something like a public contest where people could submit designs that are selected by the stakeholders and open it up to people in the community? Because we deserve something that the community really embraces for this location. I'm okay with the current one. Like I said, I'm not here to impose my opinions over anybody's, but I think that it would be a shame to go backwards when we had good reasons to turn away from the initial design, not only the safety, but also maintenance, all those holes and crevices and places where you could accumulate trash and things. But I think that this is a very prominent location, a very, very important beach access, and maybe some sort of public process where we open it up for a competition would be a nice way to bring something, a new public art to the community there.
Yeah, I really appreciated the simulation, the traffic simulations, and thought those were very helpful in understanding what you did and what the limitations were. It's not always easy to kind of see that it has, you know, the dynamic portion of that was great. As far as the wall is concerned, I think the introduction of the green on top, having it kind of be a planter, is really a great addition. I was thinking, since this is a south-facing wall, it will have a lot of sunlight on it. It will have shadows that travel across it all day. And what you introduced last time were some deep shadows with the corals that came out a lot, too much for safety. And what you've introduced here is kind of like a pattern. And I'm wondering if it could be, I'm wondering if it's possible to use either just one material to make this pattern that you show here, that the green is just too dark a green, and that you use one material, maybe like either the lighter colored material or like an oolitic limestone, so that because the pattern will be legible without the color change. And then you'll also have the location to place the writing, the kind of didactic component of it, which is kind of interesting. So I would recommend that it could stand alone without the contrast of color with the sun and the shade that will be on it. So.
That's why I wanted to see those. Yeah, that's why I requested to see the samples, because although there's differentiation, it seems like maybe the green, the way it was printed by the printer, just appears to be a bit like heavy. Yeah, I would say.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I love the animations, more animations if possible in the future for me to understand. And the signage, I do agree. I think that area is extremely congested. It's a pretty vital entrance to one of the most important streets in Miami Beach. I think you guys have done a fantastic job doing something special. I love the colors. It honors Art Deco and the history of Miami Beach. So I really think it's a win-win for the city. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very encouraged actually with kind of how we evolved today from the previous design. I actually was not so much of a fan of the coral motif, just because I think it's been kind of repetitive, and we see it a lot around here. I think the kind of what you guys did here with the color blocking, which is a very Art Deco design motif is fantastic. In the pastels that you chose, I think it's really important. If anyone in the community has seen these renderings, it's very important to actually look at stone, because it's obviously when you look at stone in person, it appears so different than if it's flat on the page. So I really like this schematic here with the pink and the green quartzite. And it kind of reminds me of some of the, well-known hotel lobbies that have those, green and pink terrazzo chips that are, we so often associate with Miami Beach. So I'm very, very encouraged by that. Also really, really appreciate the use of the landscaping here with the planter on the top. I think that will be, just something that will make it even more lively and vibrant. So I think these are fantastic improvements.
Yeah, I would thank the applicant for going to lengths to respond to the board's previous comments. For me, particularly at the curb cuts that were narrowed down by 2 feet, appreciate that. And I, understand a little bit better the intensity of that intersection with, loading and passenger vehicles going through at the same time. As for the design of the wall, I think that the coral is a reference to a local material, local form that everybody kind of relates to, and it has a kind of inherent educational value. There was mention of using perhaps other natural stones here. I think that that's all interesting, but I leave it to the applicant and to the staff to work out the details, and I'm sure this has to be further developed before actually stacking any stone here. So it looks like it's just a kind of first pass, and I would anticipate that any wall like this will have to develop a pattern of stone joints and a system for keeping water off of it to preserve its integrity over many, many years. This being a kind of piece of public infrastructure, if you will, and with natural sun exposure to rain, you would expect that this would look good on day 1 and on year 100. So, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I see Ms. Lovell has her hand raised. Lindsay?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Apologies for my voice. I'm a little under the weather, which is why I'm appearing via Zoom today to keep my germs to myself. But I wanted to thank the applicant for coming back to us with some revisions that address, I think, the main comment attributable to the wall, which was safety. Personally, from an aesthetic perspective, I did prefer the coral, but I appreciate the efforts that they've made to satisfy the requests of the board, and then also to shrink that opening. So I think they've done good work here, and I just wanted to let them know that I'm appreciative of their efforts today.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody here like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve the new design, subject to the staff recommendations.
Okay, do we have a
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to that to make sure that we go with that lighter green instead of, the stone that has been shown to us versus the rendering.
Yeah, I'm happy to include that amendment, and noting, of course, that there is a lot of diversity with stone, but that the preference is that if you can approximate this sample that you've showed us with the quarry, that would be most appreciated.
Great. Will do. If I may make one more amendment, which is to minimize any signage to what is absolutely necessary. I know that in this proposal we see new signage on the walkway. I don't know if that's absolutely necessary. I understand that traffic engineers require signage at the curb cut where the sidewalk meets the street. But if you all would be open to that, we didn't talk about it here. Maybe I should expand on this for a second. Where the walkway meets the bike path, there's the bike path kind of bumps out there. So there's a kind of implied slowdown. But the applicant, in response to some of our comments from the last meeting, added additional signage to make it very obvious that there are pedestrians coming. I don't know how the others feel about it, but I think that we tend to have a lot of signage clutter in our cities. And the fact is that the design already bumps out, slowing down any oncoming bicyclists. So if you guys would find that acceptable, I think Ray wants to add something.
Just that a lot of the signage on the beach walk is added by the city at their will, whenever they decide this is needed or that is needed. I don't think we're going to have any control over that. And I can tell you that on top of all this, the county will come through at the end and say, oh no, now you have to add this, this, and this. You can just go through my Lake Pancoast neighborhood and see all the signs that I don't feel are needed. And when I originally asked them to not put them in, they said, oh no, we have no say over that. It's the county. So I'm just letting you know.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah, I
if
think-
we
I
add this
mean, and I
amendment
think-
and we'll let the county dictate it later, but we don't have to proffer it, right?
I think we could have a condition, Mr. Chair, that the signage shall be minimized to the greatest extent possible, subject to all regulatory agencies' review and approval. And then the other amendment was that the green quartzite material be a
Close
neutral,
approximation to the
lighter
sample.
green, consistent with the physical material sample that was presented at the December 12th meeting. Okay, so if there are no more amendments, I can call the roll. Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Reed? Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin? Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Congratulations.
Great, thank you very much for your time.
Okay, let's see, moving on to the next application, we have, well, I guess we can let everyone exit the chambers for this item. The next item is HPB 230592. It's a 624 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a one-story rooftop addition and design modifications to the building.
The subject contributing building was constructed in 1922 as apartments and was more recently converted for use as retail. The applicant is proposing the construction of a partial one-story rooftop addition as part of a restaurant development. The addition has been set back approximately 38 feet from the Collins Avenue facade and is located entirely out of the line of sight. Additionally, a new stair is proposed to be introduced on the south side of the building, on top of the existing one-story portion accessing the roof level. Staff has no objection to the new addition, which has been designed in a contemporary manner and is clearly distinguishable as a modern intervention. Staff does have two recommendations. First, we recommend that the applicant explore raising the lower portion of the first floor level up to match the higher portion, which is at 8 feet NGVD, to increase the resiliency of the building. Second, staff recommends that the balustrade along the second level of the Collins Avenue facade be reintroduced consistent with historical documentation, and we are recommending approval.
Available for any questions? If not, I see the applicant is here to present.
Does the board have any questions for staff? No? Okay. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board member, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. With me today is Jose Gomez, our architect, Carlos Rodriguez, our interior designer. We have Andy Swordlow, our sound engineer, on Zoom, and Alfredo Selle, our traffic engineer, is on Zoom as well. You know, every time that there's a lot of criticism about certain neighborhoods within our city, there are certain bright spots that emerge. You know, the Collins Avenue retail corridor has suffered from several storefront vacancies over the last 5 to 7 years. It used to be thriving, now it's not. But you don't never want to be too critical, because the way land use patterns go, another land use pattern emerges. And here, if you all remember the old Urban Outfitters, right now it became the new corporate headquarters for an office. So they moved entirely to Collins Avenue, which is a bright spot. You know, here, this was a retail use before, and now it's being repurposed for restaurant use called Isabel's. So the entire building will be a restaurant use. It's a high-end global fusion restaurant, and it's just one more bright spot in this district that's now going to slowly start coming back. You know, this will hopefully bleed over to Washington, over to Ocean, but I think Collins Avenue can be redone and resurrected, and this is one step in the right direction. So with that, I'd like to bring it over to Jose and have you walk you through his design.
Good morning, Jose Gomez, Bellis and Gomez Architects, with offices at 8101 Biscayne Boulevard. Let me just, can we turn this thing on? Oh, there it is. Okay, so this is the location of the building. As Michael was alluding to, is on Collins and 624. This is a building that was, it's a 1922 building. In the year 2000, I had the pleasure of actually reconstructing this building from the foundations all the way up. So it was completely restored in the year 2000. Structurally, the building is as solid as a building today. All the foundation, steel, roof, everything is metal and concrete. This is a couple of images that we found online of the original building back from the 20s. These are the existing conditions right now. The top two images are facing east. The rear, the three images in the bottom, are all as of just a couple of months ago. The interior, as I was saying, it was brand new. There's a steel stair, concrete slabs, steel columns. Everything that you see here, we're keeping, as a matter of fact. We are maintaining the openings, ground to second floor, maintaining the stairs as we already have them in place. This is from the roof, and you're looking north. You have the parking garage that is 3-4 stories higher than our building. And to the west, you see the new hotel that is about 5 stories taller than our building. And facing east, the buildings there are about 2-story each. Our site plan remains the same as the building as is, and historically it's been. We're not making any changes to the site plan. This is basically our design concept, and what we've done is try to wrap the area of the rooftop with basically a veil over it, which sets back 22 feet from the rear and 40 feet plus actually, 42 feet from the front. So we kept the structure as far back on either side so you don't see it from the street, and I'll show you some sightline studies. It's a 1-story portion of it, which is mainly the elevator lobby, and some back of house spaces in the rear. This is the ground floor. Again, I want to emphasize that the shell of the building stays the same. The main entrance is on the south side, the bottom of the image. To access the rooftop, we have added a stair on the south side that takes us from the second to the roof, and actually from the second straight down to the rear of the building. Again, I making a distinction between the original design and the new proposed design. This is the rooftop. As you can see, we're setting back actually the deck 8 feet back. The reason of the 8 feet is historically the building had a sort of an indentation in the front, and we're respecting the original design of the building. From there back, you see the deck, the area of the elevator lobby. There's a bar in the back of house spaces, and then mechanical, which sits in the area of the 20 feet, any 20-foot setback. This is an image from the front. Just pretty straightforward. You're seeing the stairs in the back. I want to point out that we did agree with the comments from Debbie and staff, and we're putting back the historic balustrades above the main entrance. So we're going to keep that. You can see it in here. This is an aerial view. Obviously, this is not something that any one of us is ever going to see, but I just wanted to show you from the top that everything is sort of set back in a way that is going to respect the pedestrian, the street, and so on. This is the elevation. It looks a lot more massive than it really is, but if you can see three-dimensionally, those are screens to cover the mechanical systems. And this is the side elevation. Again, we're keeping the window pattern, everything as approved back in 2000. We're not enclosing any new windows. Back in the days, we were restricted when we blocked the windows to set them back, the infill, so that you'll be able to tell where the windows were, respecting the window pattern, and we still are doing the same thing. This is on the south elevation, and you can see that we're leaving everything as originally, as approved back in 2000, when it's in the bottom part of the building. This is a sightline study. I don't know if you can tell from the screen, but you can see on the sideline from across the street, you don't see the addition. This is a section of the building, and I wanted to point out, there was a comment about the elevation of the slab. Back in 2000, the changes that we did was opening up the two-story high space where we have the stair, and then the space in the back was lower, and a hydrostatic slab was placed so that the entire building is on a hydrostatic slab. That's not going anywhere. It's 13 inches of concrete on brand new foundations. So it's a very solid building. So I just wanted to point out, one of the comment was if we have an intention to raise that area, and I think the concern now as well as back then is the height was very low. So we had to, back in the day for retail, lower that floor. These are structural drawings. I'm not going to go through them, but I just wanted to point out that the building here was completely restored from the very smallest detail to a complete building. And in the rear, all I wanted to show here is on the left is the existing condition. On the right, we're putting a transformer. FPL requires a transformer. So you're seeing the transformer in the back, but everything else is going to remain as is. And I want to now introduce you to Carlos, and Carlos Rodriguez is going to talk about the interiors.
Good morning. My name's Carlos Rodriguez. I'm the owner of Scalaforma Studio. So when we started developing the design for the Spencer, we wanted a design that became a neighborhood restaurant, something that really honored and the revitalization of Collins. I'm a historian in a lot of ways as a designer, so a lot of the design moves that I took in this development was honoring the past but blending the future, creating this context of historical patterns with British tonalities. So this is supposed to be meant to be a transformative environment where it's supposed to disconnect you from the busy Collins Avenue and bring you into this residential space. A lot of the moves between, as you see, the mod print pattern is introduced with the beautiful paneling, which is supposed to give you a beautiful context of a artisan hand. Murano chandeliers grace the space. And then you have several moments like this where this antique mirror, hand-painted antique mirror, is introduced almost as a starting to a conversation. So it's kind of like a watch or a jewelry piece. I wanted every part of the space to be a certain moment, something that is thought of. As Jose said previously, we are keeping the center core. I wanted this dining experience to be something that you enjoy to return again. So it becomes not your one-stop restaurant where you come and go, but you revisit and you find a special spot everywhere in the restaurant. So as you see the introduction of British undertones, which is this heavy plaid, with local artists displayed within the venue. The introduction of the Murano chandelier, as seen here. This restaurant will have a Michelin-starred chef, which we are very lucky to have, and it's the beginning of the conversation. And then that's it. The upstairs will have a chef's table, which will be a 10-course experience, which will allow guests to experience the venue in different forms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. That's our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions to put forth to the applicants? No. Okay, maybe just me then. Could you describe the entry sequence from the sidewalk and the potential for signage, particularly in the context of it being considered a neighborhood restaurant? I'm curious about using the side as a point of entry rather than the front of the building.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so the main entrance to the original building, as you can see, is right in the front. It's not ADA accessible, and the entrance that we introduced back in 2000 is actually on the south side of the building, and that's where the host is, and we consider that to be really the main entrance. You walk down the side, and there's a ramp. If we can go to the floor plan, I can show them. Right, oh, go back, right there. So, oh, one more. There you go. So you can see here on the bottom, there's an existing ramp that we put, an ADA ramp, and we're planning to reuse that ramp.
Maybe could you comment on any potential locations for signage? And I guess there's also a glass canopy.
Right.
Is that existing?
No, that's proposed. That's part of the proposed. We're trying to keep it very light so that you really don't see the new construction that we're putting in, but it will provide you some, if in case of rain or so, we have a small canopy there. And hopefully we don't have to put signage. I think it's going to be sort of evident that you'll be able to walk down the side of the building.
Also, the reasoning for the setback, it's because we didn't want an overspill of guests standing in front of the restaurant making noise to the neighborhood, waiting for their table. We wanted this grand procession to be set on the side so that it allowed you to kind of guide the guest and take him off the busy Collins Avenue and start, if there is an overspill into the exterior, it's only affected in the alley.
Okay.
Can I ask a question about that, about the entrance? Because I was, the staff report introduced this idea that there's 1.5 foot difference between where the sidewalk, basically where one side is. Is there any ramp, is there any slope on that ramp, or does the sidewalk go directly kind of into the vestibule, the entry vestibule?
It's a very, very slight slope. It's probably just like a sidewalk slope. It does slope up.
It slopes
so that
out.
you don't have a water issue at the door.
Okay.
I mean,
That's what I was
this
wondering.
goes back again,
Okay.
back to 20 years.
Okay, thank you.
With the side entrance, is the front entrance going to be totally blocked off, like a little sign saying you have to
No,
go
no,
there?
no, no, no.
Or they can
You'll
still
have
go in the
doors
front?
there. You'll
So
have
it's a
doors.
two-entrance restaurant?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, I think we got through questions. Perhaps we'll go on to the public comment.
Any disclosures before we open the public comment? Nope. Okay, on Zoom, I see Daniel Seraldo. Hi, Daniel.
Good morning. I believe I'm already sworn in. Daniel Seraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. We support the project in line with the city staff recommendations, including retaining the central balustrade form on the second floor And we believe this sort of addition and investment is a good example of how our historic buildings can be adapted and augmented for maximum resiliency. So we want to thank the team for their proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to comment, we can turn it over to board comment.
Would anyone like to start us off? John?
Sure, I'll start off. Because I did appreciate the efforts on the staff's part to kind of think about this 1 foot 6 inches to raise it up. And I realize that there's a lot between the elevators and the dumbwaiters. I don't know where is the elevator mechanism on the roof above or is it below? Is it hydraulic or is it?
It will be on the roof.
At the roof,
We
yeah.
want to replace it with a machine roomless.
Okay. Yeah, but I completely understand that this would be a challenge during a flood of anything less than 1 foot 6. I mean, if it's 1 foot 6, then it gets your whole restaurant's flooded. But it does seem like there are a lot of challenges to be overcome if you're going to raise this floor, including the elevator, possibly the dumbwaiters. I don't know what those mechanisms are. The bathrooms, obviously, you have them all downstairs. But I just really want to thank you, Debbie, and Jake and everybody for putting this in there, because I think more and more we have to watch for this. But I do appreciate the way everything you're doing with this project in terms of setting the rooftop back. I think it's going to be a great reuse of this space. It's just, and I was really set to kind of push for the 1 foot 6 raise, but then when I saw all of the things that would need to be changed, and they were new things. They're not things that you have to change anyway. They're relatively new, given that you did the renovation. That I thought, well, I'll let this one go, but I really wanted to make it to note that it's a really important to have. And I understand also that you reduce the floor at a moment when two factors, when one, nobody was really thinking about sea level rise, and the other, there was no, and it was retail. It was a different use. So those were two pressures that kind of let that happen. So I'm hoping that we will keep this in front of us moving forward, but I appreciate all that you've done on this project.
Any other comments? Ray or Stuart? No? Laura?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I totally agree with Daniel from MDPL. Thank you for your investment in this, what some might consider a humble Miami Beach historic property. And I really appreciate all the attention to detail, being amenable to staff's recommendation on the balustrades. It seems like such a small thing, but again, in these more humble buildings, it makes all the difference. And I would definitely echo John's comments. I definitely think that resiliency from an operational and insurance standpoint in the future, I do think it's something that ownership maybe can revisit in the construction document phase. It's never too late to do a revision, especially for these historic structures that we want to see be vibrant and have life over the next 100+ years. But thank you very much, and I really appreciate it as well, the reference and the context to the historical design. It's absolutely beautiful.
Okay, just checking in with Lindsay. Do you have any comments, Lindsay?
I was going to keep quiet, but I will say that I am appreciative of the reincarnation of this building. I actually was down there coincidentally, not for purposes of HBB, but just down there getting some food at a local restaurant. And I'm happy to see that we're moving forward with the next iteration of this building and to revitalize that area of Collins. I'm looking forward to seeing it. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Just echoing, pretty much everybody's comments here on the dais. I think it's a fantastic project. I'm really excited about having a neighborhood restaurant. I think that the design in the interior lobby looks very, very inviting. It looks like a place that feels dynamic, and again, I think you did a fantastic job with that. And I also really like the cabana stripes, the awning in the front. I think that that's a fantastic detail. Again, it's, you know, a place that I think that you know, the black and white stripes, canvas, awnings, that, you know, you see that in some, you know, just very lovely places that you want to hang out and, you know, kind of go to lunch and go to dinner. And so it's very, you know, a great feature that you have here. So thank you.
Like everyone else, I think this is a wonderful reuse of this building, and it's going to be a really wonderful place to be. I think that naturally one approaches a building with an address and looks for the door at the front. And looking at the historic photograph, it looks like there was signage right at the center above the opening. It's hard to read, but maybe it said Atlantic. And that would be my instinct, you know, is to go to the front door rather than around the side. But being that you guys have, you know, such high confidence in it and find no need for signage at all, I guess diners will find their way to the side alley to enter the building. But congratulations, I think it's a very nice project. Would anybody care to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the project as presented.
Okay, do we have a second?
Sure. I'll second it, as long as the as presented means with the balustrade, but not with the raised floor.
So that would be, we can remove condition C1A?
Is that the slab?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the motion. Let me call the roll. Mr. Breslin? Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations.
Great, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, we can move on to the next application, which is HPB 230589, 220, 224, and 230 31st Street. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of 3 existing buildings, the construction of multiple small additions, total demolition of an accessory structure, and site improvements. This is a relatively modest project, but it's very complicated. It's a relatively small site, but there's a lot going on. There are 3 contributing buildings on the property that are arranged around a central courtyard that fronts onto 31st Street. All of the buildings were built at different times. They were added on to and modified as more specifically illustrated in your staff analysis. We also noted that the current state of the property is unoccupied. There also, it's in a state of partial construction. Prior to this current applicant acquiring the properties last year, it is apparent that significant work was performed. It also appears that most of this work does not have any required permit. So since the applicant acquired the properties, they've actually been very diligent in meeting with staff of the planning department as well as the building department to stabilize the existing buildings and work on developing the project to bring before this board. So we are very appreciative of the current owner and their design team for really working with this to try to revitalize this property, which has been unoccupied for quite some time. The building at 220 31st Street, the applicant is proposing to retain and restore this building like the others, had been modified over time. There was an addition, a small addition and porch that were constructed at the northwest corner of the building over time. The applicant is proposing to restore this building. Staff is appreciative of the plan, has only two comments, but in the same, at the ground level of the front of the building. We have discussed this with the applicant. We are requesting that only the westernmost opening be converted to a door, and that the new entry steps be reduced and centered on the front door to kind of preserve the original portion of this building, notwithstanding that later addition. We are also asking for the original porch, which you can see on the photograph on page 10 of the report, to be reintroduced. And 224 31st Street is the rear two-story private garage building. The applicant is proposing to renovate and restore this building. There is a second structure that's within this portion of the property. It is a one-story accessory structure. That is a structure the applicant is proposing to totally demolish. Staff has no objection to the demolition. As you can see in the photograph, it's a relatively utilitarian building with no architectural details. It has also been altered over time. At 230 31st Street, the applicant is proposing to restore this building and introduce a one-story roofed-up addition. There's also some minor work requested to the window openings. Staff does not believe that any of the work proposed for this building will have any negative impact on the historic integrity of the building or the site in general. We're really looking forward to this property coming back to active use, and we think that the concept is well conceived and are supportive, subject to the conditions outlined in our draft order. It's a complicated project, even though it's relatively modest request, but I am here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Debbie. And your name, sir?
So, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Ward Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant, Women's Juan Azoulay, our architect, Emily Balter, my colleague, and Richard Cohen, the owner of the property. Debbie is right. For such a small site, this is an incredibly complicated site with 3 buildings to consider. The site has a colorful history. Most famously was the Bellamar Hotel, the Viking Apartment Hotel, and the Venetian Hotel before maintenance declined. And I'll give you all something of an anecdote. About 3 months ago, I was at my home. I'm co-president of the Flamingo Drive HOA. Certain residents had complained about crime occurring all along Flamingo Drive, and they thought that it originated from certain properties on Indian Creek. So then Commissioner Minor, now Mayor Minor, invited the police chief, the director of planning, director of code compliance, all to my home to have a thorough discussion with the residents. And the police chief quickly said, of course, they're all coming from the Bellamar Hotel. And I was like, well, I happen to represent them. I fessed up right away, and I told them that we were quickly changing the nature of that property, and they should all be patient and watch us do our work. And they appreciated that the property was changing very quickly. So the applicant's goal is to bring this boutique hotel back to life. The team has gone to great lengths to study the historic condition and the current condition and propose architectural elements that are more akin to the historical photographs. The hotel will cater to a clientele looking for a peaceful, unique experience. There's only 46 hotel units, a courtyard with a pool, and a modest cafe. We agree with all the staff's conditions, and now I turn over to Juan, and he will walk you through his design for the project.
I can click. Which one? The right arrow. Yes. Good morning to everybody. It's nice to be here again. Last time we were here for a Harding project, which was another small courtyard building in Miami Beach, which we're under construction right now with your support and your vision. Here's another one, and we're very happy to be working on these properties, which, like as it was said, they're small but complicated. They're also part that we're trying to incorporate the resiliency plan from the city as well by raising the sidewalk and the site levels to match the future Crano roads and sidewalks. So that's part of our site planning as well. Besides what you're going to see, you have to know that all the leveling that we're doing in the ground floor has to do with that resiliency planning. And like Mike said, we like and appreciate Debbie and Jake's recommendations for what we're going to do to preserve the beautiful yet small buildings that we have in front of us. So I'll be succinct but effective, hopefully. So we have 3 buildings, 220 on the left, 224 center back, and 230 on the right side. As it was said, it's 3 different buildings from 3 different historical periods, more or less. We're on 31st Street, half a block away from Collins, facing north. This is a little bit of what we have around us. As you know, the area has some Roy France buildings, Saxony, for example. So there's some more major works by the same architect of 220. However, we like the discourse that this building is providing for the neighborhood as well, because it's one of the few buildings in this typology that are so clear in their architectural language. So as you can see, it's the one on the left. This is the current condition of the building. It's boarded up. The owner has done extensive work to protect the site from vandalism, and we are, let's move into the design. So the left is the 220 postcard. As you can see, it has these beautiful symmetrical cornered elements, including the kind of central axial symmetry in the facade. The back is a Mediterranean revival building with some tile details and a bit of a different language. The one on the right is a little bit of the same period than the Roy France building. However, it's a bit different in its articulation. But the proposal is basically centered around a courtyard scheme where we plan to build a small pool spa, a small cafe to give it a little bit of a life. We have 46 units all facing the courtyard. We're keeping the window openings and replacing windows for hurricane-proof windows. We're proposing to accentuate some of the original historical language of the building and activating the courtyard in a small, orderly way. These are some of the interior lobbies. And here's a bit of the site plan. I know it was mentioned that we're doing a rooftop addition for 230. However, it's not a rooftop addition over the height of the building that we currently have. It's infilling the rooftop between 2 already established building masses. So we're simply adding rooms between existing rooms. So we're completing the mass of the building 230. As you can see, the building on the left is the one, you see the gap there, and we'll get to the plan, this demo plan, show you the site plan. Okay, so this is the site plan. The ground floor, you see the pool, you see the layout for the outdoor cafe seating. We have a small wall that separates and creates some privacy between the courtyard and the street. We want to keep it, again, private and quiet and friendly for guests. And all the propositions that we have in the facades facing the courtyard are about improving access. We're adding elevators that are internal and you can't see them from the street. And here's where you can see how we're infilling the 230 building on the left. So the 6 units that you see on the right, on the left of the slide in the middle of the building are what we are infilling that rooftop addition with. These are, so we had, here's a quick one on this note particularly. We had some comments from staff before the hearing about the certificate of appropriateness relative to the facade of the 220 building. You will notice that in this slide, 220, which is the building on the left, has some big doors to the bottom right of the structure in the bottom floor. That bottom floor is the 1948 addition. We have corrected this one since the recommendation came from Debbie and Jake to do this, and I'm about to show you what the solution to that was. Okay, to the renders really quick. Is that it? No, no. We have one more. Oh, I'm gonna go back then. Just give me a minute. Am I stuck? Almost there. No? Oh yeah, there it is. So as you see in this slide, we're showing the before and after. So the bottom one is the one that we submitted for the final hearing. That was the one that Debbie and Jake commented on the language of the symmetry of the existing building. The render you see on the top left is the fixed one where we're adopting the recommendations for that particular item, or we're matching the bottom window to the top windows, and I'm making the door in the center spine smaller to match the original one. So that's the change that you will see from the submittal to this hearing, adopting one of the recommendations. And that's about it. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Does the board have any questions for the applicant?
I was only going to ask whether the plans just need to be updated, right, to show that, that what you're doing on the elevation, you didn't get, because the plans we have don't reflect that, right?
Right, exactly.
Perfect.
Yeah, we got
And
the
even the ones you showed us didn't reflect it.
Right,
so-
we got the comment a week ago, so
Okay,
we,
got
so
it.
we came to the hearing with the fix, then we're going back and adopting
Perfect,
it
perfect.
and coordinating it.
Just to put that in the. yeah.
Absolutely.
Remind me, on the unit layout, are you guys changing any of the composition of the bedrooms, or is it all like the original square footages?
It's
I know those buildings are a bit
small
and kind of.
So the code is particular on that. There's a certain number of rooms that we're keeping at or slightly above the 200 square foot threshold as they were permitted in the last certificate of use. Then the rest of them, we have to, as you know, we have to keep a certain percentage in the 300 to 335 square foot range, and we've brought the balance or the ratio to represent what the code requires. However, we were careful to preserve the layout so that we would keep the composition of the facades exterior, because as you know, when you move walls inside, you could easily land on a window, and then next thing you know, somebody suggests to move a window, and then you're compromising again the integrity of the look outside. So we were careful to work within the partition layouts, the original ones, so that we could keep the facades as they were.
So to say it another way, like within the envelope of the historic buildings, we're keeping the original layout, but we're doing rooftop additions, which is brand new construction, which would have to comply with current code requirements regarding hotel unit size.
It's a lawyer and the architect.
Ray.
I just want to say, I was at a rooftop party on 30th Street earlier this year, and I looked down at these three properties. Boy, do you have your work cut out for you. I went down, I walked around, I looked at them and said, these could be beautiful buildings, and I hope somebody restores them instead of try to tear them down. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. We will move on to public comment.
Yes, I see on Zoom, Daniel Seraldo.
And before we hear from the public, do any board members have disclosures to make on this application? No? Okay.
Daniel?
Yes, hi, members, Daniel Serrato with Miami Design Preservation League. We are also very happy to see that these buildings will be improved. We've received calls and messages about the property. And thank you, Michael, for confirming what that meeting was about, because we heard about that too with the police. So this is great news that the investment is coming. We do share similar concerns that the staff had with the proposed changes to the buildings, mainly around the new door and window proposals. I did just see a new version that looked like an improvement, so I'd love to hear in the discussion the staff's feedback on that. And in particular, keeping the configuration of Muntins and the vocabulary of the original design, we think is important. The original proposal was also going to lower the stair entry of the main center door, which for resiliency reasons we don't think is a good idea. But overall, we're supportive. And oh, sorry, one last thing is, as far as the corner windows, we saw in the renderings of the one that's Isadora, it looks like now they're being replaced with like 2 separate sets of windows instead of corner windows that meet at the corner. So we wanted to know if they could be more historical like the original. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. I see no other members of the public wishing to comment, so we can move to board comment.
Looks like very little board comment on this one. Oh, Stuart.
I'll just comment to break the silence, that I really appreciate. I mean, this is what this board, I think, aims for: historic preservation and reuse and accentuating what we have. I guess nobody jumped in because we're generally, we like what we see. And I just wanted to, I appreciate that Michael Larkin is always like our unofficial historian, letting us know all the details that we never knew. And also to ask you, Michael, if you stick around at the end of the meeting, we have an update on the Indian Creek Drive landscaping project, since you live nearby across the creek. And I think that the whole neighborhood is going to be much improved and more appealing as that project is completed. And this particular project, it's going to go hand in hand. The neighborhood is coming up. For a long time, people associated this neighborhood with traffic problems and flooding, and now it's going to be visually and I think pedestrian-wise, just a great neighborhood, and I'm glad that you're a big part of it.
No, it's exciting, Stuart, because from the southernmost parcel called the Prince Michael that you all approved maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and then tracking northward to the Generator Hotel, Assemblage, Faina, you know, it's all these are sparks that added energy to this neighborhood, and now you're right. And then with the Indian Creek right-of-way improvements along the Indian Creek itself, I think it's turned into a gem of a neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, I might add a little bit that we work, you know, with end user, with clients, and they're starting to see also the reason to find viable business models for these 2-story courtyard buildings, whereas 5 years ago it would have been a lot harder. Now it's becoming a pretty attractive thing that we're seeing, and we're hopefully going to be part of that change, because there's a number of those I think that will hopefully would be also coming down the line as well.
Thank you. Lindsay, perhaps?
I don't see her commenting. Lindsay, hi, you're good?
Oh, she's good.
No.
She's good.
Okay.
Let's save her voice.
I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Brian?
Yeah, I'll just say this is, I'm so happy that you guys are doing this. I actually was looking at this project, I think with the previous owners at one point with another investment group, and so I'm very familiar with these structures, and your design is gorgeous, and it's really, really needed, especially in that area. That block is an eyesore. So I'm really excited with this plan.
I agree, you know, this and the, oh, sorry, John, go ahead, John.
No, I was just going to jump in and say congratulations. It looks really good. I've been looking at the floor plan, very impressed by what you've pulled together. And I was going to ask about the 4.55 NGVD, just because that's, I guess, where you said the crown of the road was going to be in the future. I would have expected it to be a little higher than that, but yeah, I can. If that's what it is, that's what it is. Especially since that whole part has had such infrastructural changes, Indian Creek, to make it more resilient. And 4.55 is a little lower than most of Miami Beach. But if that's what it is, and you've figured that out.
We're working with Aaron in Public Works, and it's a challenge because it's not just that specific street, which is a secondary street, and I think it's like it's a 1 foot lower than the main arteries. However, the neighboring property harmonization is challenging because as you know, not everything is at the desired height. So we're trying to work it out so that it works to everybody's benefit, and also improve access and resiliency to this one, because we had the comment about the stoop, for example, that you go up and then you might go down, but we're trying to manage all those elevations and trying to keep those historic buildings from not looking like they're sinking. Because what's going to happen eventually is that if you raise everything and these buildings are not raised, you always have to go down. But hopefully we can figure these out as well and keep bringing them up too.
And John, what's interesting, the Crowner Road that you mentioned, like, it is one thing today as the hearing date, and by the time we get to the building permit plans, it changes. And it increases in height.
Exactly.
It's just the topography of the beach is such that on the eastern side of the beach, it happens to go up, it rises. So you'll find it not as high for the Crowner Road here, even though flooding is an issue in this neighborhood, as it would be in other blocks a little bit to the west.
Right. And it also makes sense that whatever that is, that you have such good access to your whole courtyard and everything through this and to the pool. So that's really a nice feature of this. So thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone care to make a motion?
I move to approve with any conditions that were posited by staff.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. I will call the roll. Mr. Breslin? Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations.
Great.
And I
Thank
want
you
to
very much.
personally thank the applicant for not requiring any variance requests. This was very challenging because of the fact that we have these 3 contributing buildings, and we worked very hard to eliminate any variances.
I just want to bring one point. You didn't answer Daniel Serrato's question about the corner windows.
Okay. Yeah, I think we could look to incorporate the continuity of the corner condition, because at the end of the day, it is a corner condition and we have bedrooms there. So we'd be happy to
Thank you.
oblige.
2-minute break, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, and that's part of our conditions,
That's
right?
part
For
of
the
the condition
final
package too,
details
yeah.
of that to be evaluated
exactly.
at permit.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take a very brief break, just a few minutes, and we'll pick it right back up.
Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
And welcome back to the December 12th City of Miami Beach Historic Preservation Board meeting. Thank you for allowing a brief recess. We're going to pick it up where we left off, and I'll invite Debbie to introduce the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back, everyone. This is HPB 230590. These are citywide digital information kiosks. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the design of these digital information kiosks. They are proposed to be installed within the right-of-way. Outlined in your staff analysis is the background regarding the city's issuance of the RFP. The top-ranked proposal is the applicant that is before you today. And recently, the City Commission did approve the essential business terms for the agreement with Ike Smart City to design, manufacture, install, and maintain and operate these interactive digital media kiosks. So staff has met with the applicant on several occasions. We have reviewed the design of these structures. They are proposed to be installed within the city right-of-way along various commercial corridors. So none of these, in total there were 15 that were authorized by the City Commission to be installed, and none of them are within residential districts. They're all within commercial districts, and out of those 15, 11 of those are proposed to be located within local historic districts. 4 are proposed to be located outside of historic districts and are currently pending review by the city's Design Review Board. Each kiosk is approximately 8 foot 4 inches tall by 3 inches wide. They are just over 1 foot in depth, so they are relatively slim. The finish is proposed to be a natural gray color, which we are supportive of. We do believe that the aesthetics of these do have some consistency with the coloration of our historic districts, and we have no issues with the design of these structures. The kiosks will also feature Wi-Fi connectivity. They will have an emergency call system and incorporate accessible design elements as well. In summary, staff does not have any objection to the proposed kiosks, which should be an amenity to both visitors and residents. And we are supportive in recommending approval as noted in our staff recommendation below. We do have a recommended condition regarding the exact placement of these structures, as the city has required emergency vehicle access, also underground infrastructure, environmental regulations, and all of those regulatory issues will be reviewed at the time of the permit for these, and the locations may be subject to change. With that, I'm available for any questions, or we can turn it over to the applicant.
Debbie, before we get started on this, are there any other updates about this issue in terms of it being considered by the new city commission, or what happened yesterday? Was there a review of it yesterday?
So this morning, I was notified that one commissioner, Commissioner Bott, did place an item on tomorrow's city commission item to discuss the contract. I don't have any further information regarding that discussion, but I did see that there is a discussion item on the commission agenda tomorrow.
And Design Review didn't address it yet.
Design Review Board met yesterday. They ran out of time, I believe, before they could get to this application. They had a quite lengthy agenda, and were not able to hear this item.
Debbie, do we know, in terms of the previous commission that passed this proposal, do we have an understanding of what the breach of I read something I believe from that commissioner in terms of what the breach of contract would be, but was there anything that was inside of the contract from a legal point of view that made our approval subject to the approval of the kiosk?
And that's a great question. I'm going to hand it over to Nick. for
Yeah,
that.
that is a great question. No, nothing in the contract binds the Historic Preservation Board, or in the case of yesterday, the Design Review Board, to any decision on these applications. So this board retains its full independent authority to approve with conditions, or deny this application based on your review criteria. That I have to emphasize, though, your decision today has to be based on the review criteria. The contract, the terms of the contract, whether the city commission decides ultimately to terminate the contract is not part of this application.
But so then does it make sense, do you think, to actually hear this application, knowing that tomorrow they will be considering the future of that contract?
I mean, I think that's really a decision for the board to make. All we know today is that one member of the commission has placed an item on the December 13th City Commission meeting agenda, which is tomorrow, to discuss the Ike's contract, including discussing the potential termination of that contract. But until tomorrow, we won't know what the commission decides to do with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just concerned about overstepping our bounds if the commission is going to be giving us another directive and wasting time, wasting anyone's time potentially. But I'll now defer to my other board
I believe I have
members.
some additional information. I think what it really boils down to is Commissioner Bott is concerned about the advertising and the fact that we have no control over the advertising, and is the advertising needed at all? And I think that that's part of what she's going to discuss tomorrow. What I'd like to know is, I believe these same kiosks or similar are already installed in Miami, and I would like to know how that is going and what's the difference between what they have in Miami and what we're going to have here.
Mr. Chairman, what do you want me to do? Can I respond?
I feel like we're here, we should do this, unless we're
Yeah, and
advised not to.
ultimately, the board, it still has the options, right? Approve, deny, or continue.
Right.
And just to make it very clear, Mr. Chairman, we're here properly before you all. There is a discussion item that will take place tomorrow by the commission, but that doesn't invalidate any review and approval you would do today. If for some unusual reason they would invalidate the contract tomorrow, then your approval would be moot, it would be void. But it doesn't mean that we are not properly before you today. Brian, I don't think we're overstepping the bounds here to consider and discuss and approve today. It's simply up to the commission tomorrow. But today, and I don't want to get into whether the commission should or should not. This is not the venue for it, and word travels fast. Whatever I say will be reported back within seconds, and they're probably watching now. To raise question, yes, they've been installed in Miami for some time now, and they do very well over there. Advertising, there are controls over it, and we're going to get into that during this discussion. You're welcome. So, Mr. Chairman, can I proceed? All right. So, good morning, Mr. Chairman, board member, staff. Michael Larkin here representing the applicant. With me today is Gibran Shamoed. He's the Development and Corporate Counsel. Anna Berman, Marissa Crudell, Adam Zantopoulos, Gunnar Samuelson, and my colleague Emily Balter. We appreciate the opportunity to introduce you to this amazing team, their history, and the value they're adding to our city. The City Commission did approve this agreement with our client, and the city administration is excited to work with the team. I'd like first to go over some housekeeping matters. A late support letter came in from the Boucher brothers. They are a member of the Ocean Drive Association. They're on the board of directors there. And they say, dear honorable members, Boucher Brothers Management sits on the board of directors of the Ocean Drive Association. We are writing to clarify that notwithstanding the ODA's letter to the city manager dated November 27, 2023, the Boucher Brothers do not oppose the above referenced application and continue to fully support the installation of the proposed kiosk on Ocean Drive. Thank you for consideration of this matter. Sincerely, Stephen Boucher. I did talk to Matthew Gultanoff. He is, as you know, an activist involved in pedestrian safety and bicycle matters throughout the beach. He asked if we would move the Ocean Drive kiosk across from the Betsy slightly to the south to preserve a bicycle lane there, interaction in the bicycle lane. We accept that, and we will move that kiosk a few feet to the south. We have the support of the Washington Avenue bid and Lincoln Road bid. The Washington Avenue bid, Troy Wright is here. The Lincoln Road bid representative Elizabeth cannot be here right now. She might zoom in, but the Lincoln Road bid is in support, and you'll see a letter during the presentation. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Anna, and she will walk you through the presentation. And then, Mr. Chairman, I have some important remarks at the very end that I'd like to make.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you to the board and to staff for the opportunity to present to you today. For the past 8 years, Ike Smart City has been singularly focused on evolving the interactive kiosk experience, investing heavily in our hardware and our software to provide the most technologically advanced platform available and refining our practices through our extensive work in cities. Our success has been a result of our team, our product, and our processes, which has led to us being selected in every competitive RFP since our inception that has resulted in the deployment of interactive wayfinding kiosks in the public right-of-way and positive partnerships with over 20 cities nationwide. Ike Smart City has an expert and vertically integrated team. Unlike other companies in the industry, we are staffed to implement all aspects of the program completely in-house. Ike has 3 key objectives: to drive discovery of local businesses, to enhance mobility through access to public transit, and to drive equity through a suite of social services applications available on the kiosks. Ike is live and operational in 17 cities nationwide. Those are the teal pins you're seeing on the presentation. And we've been awarded contracts in 5 additional cities. We have extensive experience working in South Florida. We've been installed in Coral Gables since 2019. Our first kiosk was installed on the Miracle Mile, and we now have 10 installed. And then we launched in the city of Miami in partnership with the city in 2021. Our first kiosk went live in Wynwood, and we're now throughout the entire city. To give you a little bit of background on the process that's gotten to us to this point, so we responded to an RFP in April of 2022 that was put out by the city for this type of technology. We were awarded the RFP in December of 2022, and then we went in front of the City Commission twice this year, once to approve our award and then once to approve the business terms of our agreement. We are now in the process of going in front of the land use boards and also completing community outreach and stakeholder outreach. We've presented to several boards. Michael already mentioned this, but we've received letters of support from the Washington Avenue bid, the Lincoln Road bid. We actually canvassed all of the businesses on Lincoln Road, and we received a letter of support from a local gallery, Oolite Arts. And then we also have support from the Miami Design Preservation League. They posted to their blog yesterday that so long as the kiosk locations are not in close proximity to historic structures, that they look forward to enhanced wayfinding that's not in a state of deterioration, like the existing wayfinding signage that's in the beach, and that they are generally supportive and look forward to your deliberations today. The agreement between Ike and the city has content standards of things that will never be displayed on the kiosks. This includes things that are illegal, immoral, tobacco, firearms, sexual services, political advertisements, advertisements for medical marijuana, and then any additional category that may be added by the mayor and the city commission. Also, the city manager may request removal of any advertisement, and we are obligated to remove it within 24 hours of such notice if the city manager deems it inappropriate. In terms of the kiosk specifications, the kiosk stands just over 8 feet tall, just over 3 feet wide, and approximately a foot deep. The kiosks are dual-sided, so there is a 65-inch on the diagonal screen on either side of the kiosk, and each side of the kiosk can be interacted with independently. The kiosks are resilient and built for the outdoor environment. The kiosks have been operating since 2019 in South Florida without issue. We specifically engineered the kiosk to be able to withstand hurricane speed winds of up to 165 miles per hour, operating temperatures of up to 120 degrees Fahrenheit and 95% humidity. And also they're flood resistant up to 18 inches. In terms of illumination, The measurement is between 320 nits at night to 4,000 nit in full brightness. The kiosks have an ambient light sensor inside of the kiosk that automatically dims it during nighttime hours. The kiosk can also be adjusted remotely. So if there's sensitivity in a certain neighborhood, we are able to make those adjustments as well. We did conduct a light study. Deborah mentioned that we're not placing these in residential neighborhoods, only in commercial areas where there is other ambient light, like a street light, for example. The kiosks emit less ambient light than a street light, and so the incremental light will not increase in the area by installing a kiosk. I think that we just passed around the model and the Pantone of what we're proposing for Miami Beach. The design of the kiosk structure was in partnership with Pentagram. It's simple and inviting to deter vandalism and to drive usage. The kiosks are made out of a powder, there'll be a powder-coated aluminum finish, and so they will not chip, stain, or they're very, very resistant. And also, in the agreement that we have with the city, we are obligated to keep the kiosks in like-new condition throughout the term of the agreement. The kiosks have two modes of operation, passive mode and engaged mode. When you walk up to the kiosk, it goes through a loop of slides. Some of that content will be commercial content, cultural content. We work with local and national artists to display artwork on the kiosks. You can see that when you travel to City of Miami, we do the same there. And then commercial advertising as well, and that's what funds the business model, makes it a free program to the city, and allows us to provide a stream of revenue back to the city. When someone taps on the kiosk, it goes into what we call engaged mode and opens an interactive suite of applications. We have three main types of applications: discovery, equity, and mobility. The discovery applications are applications like Eat and Drink, Shop, Arts and Culture, and Stay. They serve as directories to the local options in the city that make Miami Beach an incredible destination. Each kiosk is geocoded, and so all of the directories are listed based on proximity to that kiosk location. So unlike a search engine on your phone, we do not allow for a national brand to purchase elevated placement on the kiosk. Within the directory listings, we have information like hours of operation, photos, reviews, and the ability to send that information, including wayfinding information to get to that business, to your cell phone. In the mobility category, we have the Get Around application. This is going to provide real-time arrival and departure information for all forms of public transit in the city. We also have information about micro-mobility options like bike share, how many available bikes are there, how many available parking spaces, and the ability to combine multiple forms of public transit to get from point A to point B most efficiently. And then the equity applications tell you where the nearest safe shelter is, social services like food support locations, we have a job board, etc. The kiosks have a public safety component. There are 3 security cameras on the kiosk that can be accessed by the local police. We also have an emergency call button that creates two-way communication when pressed. And there is safety lighting at the bottom of the kiosk as well. And we also have the ability to pull in real-time weather and emergency messaging from FEMA through their integrated public alert and warning system. So things like hurricane warnings, other severe weather events, active shooters, Amber Alerts, and more. And that's actually something consistent across the software of the kiosk. Everything pulls in from a variety of data feeds automatically, so there is no need for the city to manually keep the content up to date. Moving into the proposed kiosk locations, like Debbie mentioned, the first phase of our contract is for 15 kiosks throughout South Beach, Mid Beach, and North Beach. 11 of those fall within the historic district boundaries. Before I get into the locations, I do want to note that these were all subject to technical feasibility evaluations, so things like proximity to underground utilities, ADA compliance, sufficient setback from the curb, path of travel. We also made sure to site these at least 250 feet away from any existing or proposed bus shelter. And the kiosks are placed in commercial, pedestrian-oriented areas of the city so that they are able to serve their intended use. The first location is at Indian Creek Drive and West 41st Street. So here are just some images of the pre-existing location. We did present to the 41st Street Committee on this location, and they were supportive of the project and of this location. So Indian Creek and 41st. The second location is at Collins Avenue and 34th Street. The third location is at Collins Avenue and 23rd Street. Collins Avenue and 20th Street, outside of Bioli. Lincoln Road and Washington Avenue. Lincoln Road bid is, of course, in support of this location. Collins Avenue and Lincoln Road. Collins Avenue and 16th Street. Ocean Drive and 14th Place. This is the location that we're going to shift south that Michael mentioned. Ocean Drive and 10th Street. Washington and 10th Street, and the Washington Avenue bid is supportive of this location. Ocean Drive and 5th Street, and that is our final location. Happy to go back and share any of those locations again. I know I flipped through quickly, and thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Does that conclude the overall presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Does the board have any questions for the applicant? If so, let's try to get them all out. And we'll invite the applicant to respond to all of them together after everyone's had a chance to put their questions forward.
Okay, my question would be, why can't you be near where there are bus shelters? Like the one on 41st Street, you've got it on the wrong side as far as I'm concerned. The other side, all the buses stop there. That would be where people would be more interested in what's going on. And since it's an interactive piece of equipment, there's not that many people that walk on that side. People drive by, but what are they going to stop their car in the middle of the street and get out and see what's going on? I think your locations need some serious thought.
Can I ask a question? You went by the Ocean Drive and 16th Street. You mentioned that there was a change. Can you just I didn't catch it. I was taking another note.
Sure. So I engaged in a discussion with Matthew Goltenoff about the particular location. If you're familiar with it, as you're going west from the beach walk, that's the northernmost segment of Loomis Park. It intersects with Ocean Drive, and there's a dip, a ramp, that depresses down to meet Ocean Drive. It's at the exact location where the bike lanes terminate. So the kiosk is right in the middle where the ramp is to go down to Ocean Drive. So what Matthew is asking us to do is shift the kiosk slightly to the south so it's outside of the travel path of bicyclists that are coming to and from the bicycle lanes on Ocean Drive.
So it would be 15th Ocean and Ocean doesn't really go.
So
to
Ocean
16th,
Drive
that's
and
what-
15th, and I
yeah.
said across from the Betsy.
So
So
across
it's
from
basically
Betsy.
the
Got it.
remainder of Espanola Way.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question about what was actually approved by the city commission. I understand from the comments of MDPL that the size of the device has been reduced. Were there certain parameters about how big it's going to be and where they're going to be located and how they're going to be orientated where they're located? Or is it pretty much flexible where we can still have input about the size and location and orientation of each of them?
With device number 4 on Collins and 20th, was there any outreach done with either the Collins Park Association or any of the cultural organizations that are in this area about that placement?
I have one more question.
Okay.
Why black all the way around, out of curiosity? When you're doing, like the anodized aluminum, why isn't something like that color going all the way around instead of having that black?
And I'll add 2 more questions. One is, now that these have been installed in many places, there's probably, you have experience with them, and cities probably have feedback as to their, benefits and and challenges that they present. And I wonder if you could tell us about what challenges other cities have encountered, either with pedestrians or bicyclists. And my second question is, would it be at all possible to customize the box to be unique for the city of Miami Beach?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Ms. Lovell also has.
Okay, we'll go to Ms. Lovell, and then we'll come back to Brian.
Okay, so I have a series of questions. First, what does the construction process look like? The timeline, any sort of interaction with the sidewalks or the right-of-way as these are being installed? I also wanted to know, you mentioned several cities, and I know and in the presentation, and that I read about that or various different cities, but are there any installations in historic neighborhoods where you can show us what that looks like in the context of a setting of a historic neighborhood? And then you mentioned that the messaging could be changed to show emergency messaging, for example. What about emergency city messaging? My thought was, in the past we've had the curfews. So something like that, for example, is that something that the city could, push out messaging on it in a relatively quick time frame? 2 more questions. Have you presented to TPBPFC? And if so, what was the feedback? I reached out to the transportation department yesterday, but I didn't really get a solid answer. I know your attorney said he spoke with Matthew Goltanoff, but I'm speaking actually as the entire committee. Have you guys presented to them and gotten their feedback on the impact of right-of-way? And then you also mentioned that they are built to withstand hurricane force winds. I just wanted to know, is that the structure itself is built to withstand hurricane force winds, or does that mean the structure itself is impact resistant, meaning the glass, wouldn't be damaged by a projectile, for example? Those are my questions.
And then just 2 other questions that I had just thought of. Can you just address the Wi-Fi capabilities in terms of the ease of use, whether there's email catchment, which you guys collect like that information and use people's emails, or if it's some other system? And then secondly, on kind of further echoing some of the other points about the structure itself, I'm actually interested in the wrapping of it. So maybe to Ray's point on the black color that to me looks a bit stark. I was curious if there are also opportunities to wrap these structures to make them more coherent from a branding point of view. As they're presented now, they appear to be like similar to the Miami Beach website, but perhaps, I don't know if, there are other staff members at the city that would be, very interested in making sure that these things could be branded in the future so that they're, it's incredibly coherent branding strategy for the city of Miami Beach. I think they're a little underwhelming right now.
I'll add one other to your plate if you have enough room on the page. I was wondering whether the revenue sharing has been discussed and whether there might be the possibility of sharing revenue towards for those kiosks. I don't know whether it's kiosk by kiosk, whether you know how much each kiosk receives, but whether there be a way for the kiosks that are in historic districts to support the efforts of historic preservation.
Okay. Is that all, Mr. Chairman?
It appears so.
I have one more
Ms.
question,
Lovell.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Lindsay.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you could hear me if I just spoke up. I also wanted to know a couple of the locations mentioned just off Lincoln Road. I think you said Lincoln and Collins and Lincoln and Washington, I guess. I'm not sure. I'm just curious why the locations were chosen off of Lincoln and not on Lincoln itself, if you can talk about that. Where I think we would have higher pedestrian.
Okay. All right, lots of good questions, and we'll respond to all of them. First, starting with Ray. Ray had asked the question about the buffer. Why is that necessary to have a buffer between our kiosk and the bus shelters?
Yes, so the city has an existing agreement with a bus shelter operator, and part of that contract requires that any kiosks that are installed in the public right-of-way be at least 250 feet away from one of the either existing or planned bus shelter locations. And so that did take away quite a bit of our flexibility in siting, just because we were not only vetting for technical criteria, but also to ensure compliance with the city's existing agreement.
Okay, and Ray's second question was, the kiosks are black all the way around. Is there any discretion on our part to change the colors?
So what you're seeing in that little model that we passed around, the bottom and the sides, the spine of the kiosk are the powder-coated aluminum, which is that Pantone that we passed around as well, the lighter finish. From the top or the bottom of the screen to the top of the kiosk, it's made out of a tempered glass. Behind that glass is where you're seeing that dark gray, almost black kind of coloration. If the board feels very strongly that that actually makes the screen, when someone's interacting with it, look more vivid. But if the board felt strongly that the area behind the tempered glass matched the aluminum body of the kiosk, we'd be open to that.
Okay, thank you. Next, from John Stewart, originally questioned the Ocean Drive location that I was talking about. Is that clear now in your mind? Okay. And then John had mentioned, how does the revenue sharing work?
So the city receives the greater of a minimum guarantee on a per kiosk basis or a percentage of gross revenue. So $20,000 per kiosk with 3% annual escalations or 40% of gross revenue. In terms of how that's distributed, I think that we're paying the city, and I'm not sure that the city has earmarked that for any use. We've talked to MDPL. MDPL has also expressed that they would love to see those dollars reinvested in the historic district and into their projects. And we, of course, as the vendor, think that that's an amazing idea. It's at the discretion of the city, though.
Great, thank you. Moving on to Stuart Reed. Stuart is basically asking the question, why are we here? What is our jurisdiction? What is our authority? What can we change? Is that about right, Stuart?
What was approved by the city commission as far as the style, the location? I understand they approved a certain number, but what else is limiting our approvals?
So when the city put out the RFP, one of the reasons that they selected us is because of the look, the feel of our product. And we spent a lot of time engineering the kiosk to be able to be resilient to the outdoor environment, withstand hurricane speed winds, be flood resistant, to be able to withstand high temperatures and high humidity. And a big part of that, although the cabinet itself, may look standard across all of our cities, it's because so much work has gone into what's inside of the kiosk to make sure that it's able to withstand the elements. And so in our track record in Miami and Coral Gables, I think, was a big part of why the city city staff selected us as part of the RFP. The commission approval of the business terms of the contract did include a rendering of, the proposed kiosk. But I think that, that's sort of the extent to which the city has approved what the kiosk looks like, selecting us in the RFP based on the look and feel of the kiosk, and then also approving the contract, which had our kiosk as an exhibit to the agreement.
Is that okay, Stuart? More or less, for now?
No, I just still, so I hear us discussing the color, and I guess the style, and the placement as far as moving from one side of a sidewalk to another. But can we say that we want them to be smaller? Can we say we want them to be attached to anything? Can we, what's our flexibility here?
I think they pretty much have a set dimensions for it, in terms of the height and the width. I think, they're manufactured at a certain facility, but you all do have freedom to touch upon the design issues that we've already been talking about. You have freedom to ask that it be relocated within the area, within the general area that has been designated. Those are things that we're here for you to discuss.
We did present 3 design options as part of our RFP. When I say design options, paint color, details, like if you notice on the little model I passed around, there's sort of like a wave-like detail, Miami Beach branding in one of the brand colors, the green. And so there were 3 options that were presented. The city manager expressed that she preferred the one that you're seeing today. But I think that, paint color and design of the applique that's on the kiosk is completely flexible as well, and we'd be happy to share the other 2 options if that would be of interest to the board.
Great, thanks. All right, moving on to Brian. He had questions specifically kiosk location number 4 and any outreach to the Collins Park Neighborhood Association. Ray, of course, is the mayor of Collins Park, so no.
No, we have not. But of course, we would be open to. We're still completing all of the community and stakeholder outreach. I feel like we learn constantly that there are other people we should be reaching out to, and we are more than happy to do so.
Brian's next question was Wi-Fi capability.
Yes, and if there are really detailed questions about the Wi-Fi, I may pull up Adam from our team. But the kiosks do emit a Wi-Fi hotspot up to 100 feet around the kiosk. We do not collect email addresses. What happens is you walk up to a kiosk, you'll see Ike free Wi-Fi pop up on your Wi-Fi. Then it takes you to a splash page that just says, this is a public Wi-Fi source, and the risks of connecting to a public Wi-Fi source, and then you can connect. We do not collect any data or store any data from that transaction, and after 30 minutes, you have to re-log in. That is to prevent people from streaming video and sitting outside of the kiosk and using, the kiosk for too long of a period of time. So that's just generally speaking how it works, but happy to have Adam answer any more detailed questions if needed.
Does that answer your question, Brian, about the Wi-Fi? Great, okay. Moving on now to Mr. Chairman. He was saying, you referenced that other cities have these kiosks now, and what has their experience been, both good and bad? Could you share some anecdotes with the board?
Sure. So we launched in 2015 in Denver. We've, of course, learned a lot since our first kiosk went in. Some learnings that we've had from just having experience being installed in the public right-of-way is we've eliminated charging stations from the kiosk. That caused people to sit outside of the kiosk, and that's usually not something that's desired in cities. The thing I just mentioned about throttling the Wi-Fi, that's also a learning that we've had. We are on our 3rd generation of kiosk. They've gotten slimmer and more sleek and more refined. We actually use an ambient air cooling system inside of the kiosk so that there's no noise. That's something that we've also learned as well. They used to have an air conditioning unit inside. And so we've continued to evolve the kiosks since our inception in 2015.
And do other cities find them to be helpful?
Yes, so in the city of Miami, each kiosk is used approximately 300 times each month. And that doesn't include things like people using the free Wi-Fi and all of the emergency messaging and emergency functionality on the kiosk. That's just to use the directory applications. We've had really positive relationships with all 20 cities that we operate in, and we'd be happy to connect you with any of the city employees or the BIDs, neighborhood associations that we work with in any of those cities, especially in the city of Miami. We have an extremely positive relationship with the city.
So moving on now, last to Lindsay's questions. She had asked about construction, like what's the procedure for construction? What permits do we need? What timeline?
Would it be okay if I have Gunnar from my team come up and answer that question?
Gunnar, you come here.
Hi there. This is Gunnar Samuelson with Like Smart City. I'm the project manager of deployment that's overseen over 80 kiosk installations from design, construction, permitting, installation in City of Miami and Coral Gables. So for Miami Beach and in City of Miami, we're partnered with a local contractor who maintains the city streetlights for the City of Miami, so they're very familiar working within the city, especially in dense downtown populated areas. As far as kind of what we're looking at when we're approaching a site, it's always our philosophy as well as city standards to leave it better than you found it. So as far as, I know in Miami Beach specifically, they have a lot of pigmented concrete, special pavers. We're always looking at leaving that better than we found it. As far as the actual construction process, it's pretty simple for the kiosks. It's a 4x4 foundation that is 18 inches deep. So there's the demo and excavation for installing that concrete foundation, as well as a power run for the kiosk to bring power to it. And so that we always try to utilize the most minimally invasive construction process for that, which is usually directional drilling, so that we're not tearing up hundreds of feet of sidewalk that is a huge impact and disruption to the public. Each site has its own traffic design plan to maintain pedestrian and vehicle access for it. It's very rare that we ever have to completely shut down the sidewalk or streets to do this. And so we're able to maintain pedestrian access and vehicular access during the window of construction, which is usually about 1 week to complete.
Okay, Lindsay's next question is, what other cities, are you in a historic neighborhood? I was just sent a photo of, in the Mission Historic District in San Antonio, there's one. I don't know how to share this photo easily with the board other than passing around my iPhone, but I'm willing to do that.
Michael, could you email it?
I can. Yeah.
Largely because I'm not there to see it.
Sure, yeah, okay. Good.
And
Yeah. I'm emailing to Debbie right now.
And Michael, anything that you're emailing, we need a copy of, so that.
While they're doing that, can I ask can I put another question just about, maybe you can tell us a little bit about the any data collection, because you must collect something about pedestrians, or can you talk about all the data that you collect and what you do with that?
It's okay, go ahead.
Sure, of course. So we collect information about kiosk usage. So think, how many times each application is opened, how many times, the Wi-Fi is used, the emergency call button is used. All of the data collected by the kiosk is completely anonymous and aggregated. It cannot be tracked back to one person. It's not personally identifiable in any way. And Ike Smart City's business model is simply the sale of commercial advertising on the screens when they're not in use. We do not sell any of that data. And then we also do have aggregated pedestrian counts as well. All of that information is solely for us to provide back to the city, so that the city can make informed decisions and have that information. But again, none of it is personally identifiable. It's all anonymous and aggregated. And Ike Smart City does not sell that information or store it for any reason.
How is the pedestrian count taken? Is that a technical?
Yeah, it's a little bit technical. Either Adam or Jabron want to address that.
And Mr. Chair, I have a kind of a follow-up to that, if I could put it in the mix.
Sure.
So you mentioned earlier, when you're getting the information about the technical pedestrian counts, you mentioned earlier 300 times per city in the city, 300 times per month, the kiosks are used in the City of Miami. Can you give us an idea of what type of pedestrian counts, how many pedestrians go by it in a month, and of those 300 actually interact with the device itself?
Good morning. Adam Zentopoulos, Director of Operations for Ike Smart City. With respect to the method of which we're counting pedestrians, it really boils down to part of that Wi-Fi network that is out there for people to see. It's devices that come close enough to connect to that Wi-Fi. We're reading basically unique hardware identifiers to know how many unique people are walking by. That's the simplest way to describe it.
You just read a phone, like it will tell, like even if I don't click in,
Correct.
it knows that I'm there.
It knows that your unique device is there.
Unique device, got it.
It's just a way to count uniquely, but there's nothing tying it to you personally. It's a MAC address. It's a 12-digit hardware code, essentially.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And then the second question about usage. So just to clarify that point, each kiosk receives 300 uses per month. So, and that's just in the city of Miami. There's a range, of course, depending on the city in terms of usage, but I just find that to be the most analogous to this project. There's 80 kiosks installed in the city of Miami, and so the number of people walking by really ranges. In Wynwood, it's really different than on Brickell, is really different than in Coconut Grove. The best sort of way that I like to frame it is if you think about any other public amenity in the public right-of-way, like bike share, for example, where 1 to 2 bikes per month are being utilized. Having 300 people tap the screen, a visit is defined as a unique person tapping the screen and engaging the applications, and then they're tapping within the kiosk, for a couple of minutes. But when I say 300, that's 300 people walking up to the kiosk and engaging the screen.
Great. Now we're just going to shift back to Lindsay for a second. Lindsay had mentioned about, is the kiosk available for emergency city messaging?
Yes, absolutely. That information can be pushed through a series of different programs. A lot of cities use Everbridge, for example, where they can automatically push an update or an alert, and it will take over the kiosk screen automatically.
Great.
So that's in addition to what I mentioned about FEMA.
And then Lindsay had asked whether we had presented to the Transportation and Parking Committee or had any interaction with staff.
We met with, and I am blanking on his name, a gentleman from the staff of transportation to ensure compliance with that 250-foot distancing requirement that I mentioned from the bus shelters. We had a couple of meetings to just ensure compliance, but that is the extent of the interaction I've had.
And Lindsay, just so you know, we're happy to sit and present to this committee as well. Her next question involved hurricane force winds. What exactly in the kiosk is designed to withstand our hurricane winds?
Adam, can you come up and speak to that, please?
Sure. So I believe that the question was relating to the glass breaking or whether it's the structure itself. When we talk about hurricane winds, we're talking about the structure, the frame itself was designed, stamped for the state of Florida, and obviously approved by Coral Gables engineers and Miami engineers for structural integrity. So that's a combination of the unit itself and the foundation, meaning that it's not going to fail in such a way that will cause harm or injury. It's going to stay there in those ultimate force winds of 165 miles per hour. Does that answer the question?
Can I ask one more? Oh, go ahead, sir.
What kind of maintenance personnel will be available? Let's say there's vandalism.
Sure. This is something we obviously deal with in every market. We will have a dedicated team in the city visiting every kiosk 5 days a week. And obviously we'll be available in the event of an emergency situation to clean up any damage and make repairs. So our part of our contract is to basically get those repairs initiated within 24 hours.
And just to add to our contractual obligations, we are obligated to keep them in like-new condition throughout the term of the agreement. And then during large events like Art Basel, that requirement goes from 5 days a week, one of those days being a weekend, to 7 days a week.
Yeah,
and any event similar in scale to Art Basel, that would apply as well.
Part of that includes regular maintenance. We clean the kiosks every day. We ensure functionality, all those things to make sure the experience is top-notch.
And my question was, I drive this route, like the cover route, almost every day, and having something like that, and this is a very narrow space for cars, is there any evidence or evidence to the contrary that these are distracting to drivers as they go by? Because I know I'm going to kind of check out whatever's on the screen. But does that have an impact?
The kiosks are really cited, they're set back 18 inches from the curb at a minimum. On FDOT routes, they're set back 4 feet from the curb, so they're really meant to be oriented towards the pedestrian that's walking up to it. For reference, a bus shelter has a 75-inch screen. Ours is 65-inch, so it's quite a bit smaller. The digital bus shelters will be larger. And we also make sure that they comply with sightline triangles, so they're not going to be right at the intersection. They're a little bit more mid-block as well to ensure safety. And then the kiosk won't be, I think in the content standards, I can pull it up, we do not do any flashing lighting, nothing jarring in terms of the transitions in order to make them, not distracting to drivers.
Is there any data? My question was about the data about driving, maybe there's no data, I don't know. Because in this particular instance, there's a single lane of traffic, and this is very close to probably the minimum to the road, and, with these bollards. And it's a challenging corner with pedestrians and all the things, but.
Hi, I'm Jabran Shir Mohammed with Ike Smart City. There's actually no data to suggest that they distract drivers in any way. Thank you.
Lindsay's last question involved the location of the kiosk adjacent to Lincoln Road. One was Lincoln and Collins, one was Lincoln and Washington. I think her question was why not right on Lincoln?
So the reason for that is, and actually if we'd be happy to circulate, the Lincoln Road bids letter of support to the city manager indicates this as well. The Lincoln Road bid is requesting that actually more than our entire network of kiosks that are currently approved, or almost as many, be put just on Lincoln Road alone within their boundaries to replace their existing static wayfinding signs that are done by Clear Channel. And so they have asked us to wait to place them within bid boundaries until they can get approval from the city to remove their existing static signage and replace them with the Ike kiosks. One of their big complaints with the existing static signage is that, and we actually talk to a lot of the businesses as well, is that they're always outdated. And so the Lincoln Road bid is really looking forward to having digital technology, but wants to have it happen all at once.
I think that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much for addressing those many, many questions. Oh, we might have one more.
Well, speaking of outdated, I was looking at your list, and your commissioners go back to Mickey Steinberg and Mark Samulin, so how are we going to know that you're going to have updated material on your kiosks? And the other thing is, I'm going to put my Collins Park hat on now and say the kiosk that you have on 23rd Street in front of the W, that area floods all the time. The other kiosk that you have in front of Baoli, the street is narrow, there's plantings there, and they quite often had the red velvet ropes out that you have to sort of swing around. So you really haven't taken the opportunity, in my opinion, to carefully look at the best locations. In my neighborhood, you've got a 500 parking garage at Collins Park. You come down and you walk out there and you have no idea where you're going to go. It seems to me that would make a much better place to have a kiosk to tell you about what the neighborhood is all about. And where the placements you have, like the one on Collins at 41st, and the ones that I see are, I could never approve, just so you know. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to respond to
I have
that?
a question for staff, Mr. Chair.
Hang on, Lindsay. Let's give them an opportunity to respond to that. Then we'll get your staff question in, and then we'll move on from there. Michael, would you like to respond to that?
Sure. Just know, Ray, that as we continue this process, because we're not done by any stretch of the imagination, we'll reach out to the stakeholder groups like you all and receive your feedback and probably adjust the location of these kiosks in connection with the institutional knowledge that all these local HOAs and neighborhood associations have.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Lindsay, would you like to go ahead with your question to staff before we move on?
I wanted to know, and the response to my last question actually brought this up. I was thinking Lincoln Road had signage. Did that signage on Lincoln Road go through the Historic Preservation Board? It would have been before my time.
She's talking about the kiosks owned by Clear Channel. I think they're much larger on Lincoln Road.
The non-digital directories God, those have been there for a very long time. I don't have the answer to that. But I can tell you, in the latest Lincoln Road master plan, that the signage was included as part of the board's review. That's actually going to be coming back to you as well, but the signage component is not changing.
And we did research that, Lindsay, and the HVB did approve those, I call them kiosk 1.0, that are on Lincoln Road right now that are managed by Clear Channel.
And that, the 1.0 brings up maybe we're looking at 2.0. What is 3.0? Are people putting beacons in these? What's the plan for where these will go? Because obviously they'll be upgraded.
Yeah, of course. We are constantly evolving our software. Of course, the kiosks themselves, the structure, I think if you think about, the way that your iPhone has, really the shape and the size of your iPhone probably hasn't changed that much since when you first got it. What really changes is the iOS and any phone you have if you have an Android as well, the software on it. And so we have an in-house software team that has built a proprietary software that we push out weekly updates, and quarterly we push out very large updates in reaction to what we're learning in cities, responses that we're getting from neighborhood associations and bids, and from the cities themselves, in order to keep the software cutting edge. And then from a hardware perspective, we are obligated to keep these in like new condition. That will require replacing components and, replacing doors and doing all of those things throughout the term of the agreement. And that's a commitment that we have in our contract.
And to my question, what are some of the technologies on the horizon for this particular kiosk? I'm asking about beacons in particular because that came up when the Lincoln Road kiosk issue came up, and there was a discussion about it. And people were, there were different minds about that.
Sure.
Could I also ask further to that you could also address augmented reality potentially, and whether that's something that you're also considering, and whether all these APIs and whatnot, it's to the same question that John is asking, will be incorporated, or do we have to, it is going to be like another unit and another machine down the road?
Great question. Again, I'm Jabran Sher Mohammed with Ike Smart City. At the risk of this broadcast being obsolete in 5 years, I want to be careful about what I predict the future will hold with respect to technology. First, I'll give you a brief on what we've done to maintain, I think, recency with technology. We developed a brand new methodology of connecting all of the various modes of transportation available in the city and feeding them into one user interface on the kiosk. And that speaks to the API concept, because the way our technology works is that we actually pull APIs from all of the new data sources available, so that we're protecting against obsolescence by being able to incorporate new technology into what a user experiences on the kiosk. So you kind of hit the nail on the head. The framework is developed such that it maintains pace with innovations in technology, because we're aggregating APIs and then finding the best way for a user to interact with those APIs on a touchscreen interface. We've built the in-house software development team at the company in order to maintain pace with innovation. With respect to beacons, we actually try not to collect any form of personally identifiable information. It's one of the pillars of our company. And so we try to avoid as much as possible the unnecessary placement of antennas and beacons on the kiosk. Now, when the city requires something or the other, we of course find a way to incorporate their request. But a general principle is to try and avoid the need for placing additional forms of technology that are gonna, I think, cross into some form of data collection, which we very much want to avoid.
So none of your kiosks in other cities have incorporate things like beacons or antennas or things like this.
That's right. Outside of broadcasting free Wi-Fi, of course.
Right.
My pleasure.
Okay, I think we got through the questions, and we might be ready to move on to public comment.
Great. Mr. Chairman, as I asked at the very beginning, I have a serious issue to address with you all before public hearing begins. I would like a couple of minutes.
Sure.
So, in closing, the code has very strict regulations regarding lobbyist registration. If you follow the definition of lobbyist, you must submit a lobbyist registration to the city clerk identifying who your client is, the specific matter you're lobbying on, and it must be signed by you and your client. Over the weekend, Mr. Michael Lorente sent a letter to you all containing a number of inaccurate claims about our application. He did so not as a concerned citizen of Miami Beach, but as an attorney representing an economic competitor of our client. In our review of city records, he did so without being registered as a lobbyist for this matter, specifically opposing our application on behalf of his client. The submission of the letter to you all was a violation of the code's lobbyist registration rules. The code is very clear about the consequences of failing to register as a lobbyist. In section 2-482, it states, all members of the city commission and city personnel shall be diligent to ascertain whether persons required to register pursuant to this section have complied. Commissioners or city personnel may not knowingly permit this individual to be lobbied by a person who is not registered pursuant to this section to lobby the commission, committee, board, which are you all, or city personnel. So as it stands now, you must register as a lobbyist before you are addressed. We do it, I do it. It seems Mr. Lorente has not done it. He cannot register after the fact and cure the violation in this manner. The code contains no exception. It does not grant you all as board members any leeway, any flexibility with regard to this issue. It is not something you have discretion over. We strongly object to the offer of any testimony by Mr. Lorente on behalf of his client. He can certainly talk about it as an individual, but he cannot offer you testimony with regard to his client. And that's all we have, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Okay, thank you. I think, Nick, we can move on to public comment?
Yeah, and before we do, I just ask the board to disclose any ex parte communications regarding this application.
Yeah, I received an email from Commissioner Tanya Baca.
I received numerous emails, none of which were from the individual just mentioned here, that were in opposition to these, both individuals and local organizations.
Any emails that I receive, I don't usually read. I wait for them to come here to the meeting. The only one I did read was Commissioner Bott's, which I've already discussed.
Okay, thank you. Members of the board, members of the public wishing to comment, please raise your hand or come forward. On Zoom, we do have Jane Krupp. Mr. Urente, would you like to go first? Okay, Jane, we'll get to you after Mr. Urente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members and Mr. Attorney. Before beginning my presentation in opposition of this application, I'd like to address the inaccurate claims made by my counterpart and friend, Michael Larkin. I am registered and have long been registered as a lobbyist representing Outfront Media in connection with the city's bus shelter contract. We have been very clear with the city from the time that contract was being negotiated, okay, which far precedes anything relating to kiosks, that we were concerned about kiosks and the impact of illegal kiosk machines on the operation of the city's bus shelter program and bus shelter contract. My comments to you today, my comments in the letter submitted this past weekend, Saturday, are directly tied to my representation of Outfront Media as the city's incumbent bus shelter operator. And my comments and presentation to you today relate to protecting a lawful program conducted by my client, for which I am registered, from an unlawful program being presented to you today. I don't know, Mr. Attorney, if this requires any further clarification from you or if I should just proceed into my presentation, but I think it's important to clarify that for the record.
I would just say that that you know, any lobbyist, anyone who's appearing on behalf of third parties is required to register before they meet with city personnel, and that includes members of this board. I believe Mr. Urente is registered on behalf of Outfront. I haven't seen that registration to see the scope of that, but you know, I mean, I think the lobbyist registration requirement does apply if Mr. Urente, if you feel that the registration needs to be amended, or if there's a new registration necessary, as we typically advise individuals who appear and are, in the middle of a public hearing, you could go to the clerk's office and do that right after this meeting if that's necessary. But the requirement is that individuals be registered.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, just 1 second. Since we're in public comment, normally we allot the same amount of time to members of the public to make comments. It sounds like we're about to hear a presentation. Is it appropriate for us to be hearing a presentation like this during public comment, or should we ask the person commenting to limit their comments to the same amount of time as everybody else?
I mean, traditionally, so Mr. Urente has a right to appear. This is a public hearing item. Traditionally, the board starts with 3 minutes as a time limit for all speakers. I know the board has exercised latitude when there's a speaker who requests additional time. So I leave that to you, but Mr. Urente does have a right to appear.
So, Mr. Chairman, just a brief remark, with your permission.
Okay.
I have reviewed Mr. Urente's registration, and it involves the RFP for the bus shelters, which was many years ago. He is under obligation to specifically put a matter before you all, register with the city clerk that pertains to this matter, which is opposition to our application. That is entirely separate than an RFP that was awarded by the City Commission years ago for bus shelters. I have to respectfully disagree with Mr. Urente that he should have filed a new lobbyist registration on behalf of this economic competitor that wants to attack our application and have it denied by you all. It's an entirely separate matter than a bus shelter RFP, which was years ago.
Understood. So once again, I'm going to turn over to Nick and say, what is appropriate here?
So I don't have a lobbyist registration in front of me. I'm not prepared to conclude one way or the other. I think we're in the middle of a public hearing. My advice would be, let's allow public speakers to make their presentations, and then the board can have a discussion like you would on any other matter.
Okay, maybe I'll ask like this. How much time would you need to speak? And how much time do we normally allot for public comment?
We normally allow 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
I have seen the board grant a few extra minutes when presenters
Okay.
so request.
Okay, seeing as that you've already had a few minutes to speak, maybe we can grant you a few more minutes to wrap up whatever you need to say?
Well, respectfully, Mr. Chair, what I would request is about 5 minutes to present. My comments thus far were defending against the attacks coming from my counterpart and justifying and defending my right to appear before you today. So I would request about 5 to 6 minutes, if that's okay.
I'll ask you to try to keep it to 3 minutes and not more than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, and if we could cue the presentation. There we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members. Mike Urente with LSN Law, 3800 Northeast First Avenue, and we represent Outfront Media, as I mentioned previously. I'll begin with a rather obvious observation, which is that the city of Miami Beach is not Detroit or Cleveland or Cincinnati, which is why I found it odd that the applicant is proposing to install in the city of Miami Beach the same advertising boxes that they have installed in these other cities. These boxes are rather large, as has been noted, about 8 feet tall by 3 feet wide, and they are obstructive. There's been a lot of focus on this particular advertising box, but you will notice, going through a slideshow of the various depictions, that these advertising boxes are almost intentionally placed in the middle of the right-of-way. There has been little effort made to clear the pedestrian path or preserve the city's aesthetic. I think it's appropriate to ask why. What's the benefit? What's the public utility of these advertising boxes? A representative from Ike previously mentioned that they get about 300 uses per month, 10 uses per day. If those numbers are to be believed, we're assuming that they're used about 10 minutes a day. What happens during the other 1,430 minutes? Well, I can tell you what City of Miami Beach residents and visitors will be treated to during those 1,430 minutes if they operate these kiosks the same way they are operating the City of Miami kiosks. You can see full motion television commercials, which are illegal, clearly illegal under state and local law. You can see them on loop, playing all day long. That's not the only problem this applicant has, because it's not just the advertisements that are illegal. The machines themselves are illegal, and so it's not surprising to hear my co-counsel try to shut me down and keep me from presenting to you that this application fails the most basic criterion, which is the legality of the machines themselves. Here's why. And by the way, you don't have to take my word for it. The county attorney was asked during the January 19, 2022 county commission meeting whether these standalone advertising boxes are illegal. And I'll read you the exchange. Then Commissioner Sosa, quote, "Kiosks are illegal if they are in the right of way and are a standalone by themselves. Am I right or wrong?" The county's chief zoning lawyer responded, quote, "Yes, that is correct." This is the law. Section 337-408 sets forth the 6 types of devices, 6 devices that local governments may install with advertising in the public right of way. You have them here on the left, and they include modular news racks. We'll come back to that. And I'm aware, Mr. Chair, that I've been asked to keep this short, and I will. The state reserved for itself the ability to install other types of signs and devices in the right-of-way, and that's what you see on the right. That includes specific information panels. What you don't see on either of these lists is kiosks or advertising boxes or anything that sounds remotely close to what is being proposed before you today. They are flagrantly illegal. So you might ask yourself, well, wait a second. I thought I just saw that there are 150 of these things installed all throughout the City of Miami. Why? Well, the City of Miami in 2022 issued a letter and took the position that these machines are actually not kiosks. They're modular news racks. You know those machines where you put in a quarter and you get a newspaper out? They literally took that position. The City Commission amended and bastardized its own news rack ordinance to pretend that these machines are news racks. And every machine that's been installed in the right-of-way in the City of Miami has been installed pursuant to the city's modular news rack ordinance. Well, clearly these things are not news racks, and they cannot be installed in the City of Miami Beach. Even if they were news racks, they couldn't be installed in the City of Miami Beach because the city code prohibits modular news racks and prohibits advertising on news racks. No matter what you call these things, they are illegal, and they cannot be installed in the right-of-way. I want to make one more point. The applicant has apparently gone to other government officials and said, hey, not only are we modular news racks, we are also specific information panels, which the state is allowed to install in the public right-of-way. I'll leave it to you to decide. In conclusion, no matter what you call these things, board members, kiosks, modular news racks, specific information panels, they are legal. This local government has no authority to allow the installation of these devices in the public right-of-way. Final point I'll make is that even if they were legal, as I mentioned during the earlier part of my presentation, the dimensions, the proposed locations, placement, and the generic design render them entirely incompatible with this city's historic character. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I see Jane Krupp on Zoom. Good morning, Jane.
Ms. Krupp, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth,
good
the whole
morning.
truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm the vice president of the Art Deco Neighborhood Association, and I wrote to every single one of the board members, and we were not acknowledged in any of the discussions today. That's why we're calling in. And I'm here with our president, Irene Bigger, who would like to speak on the subject. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I
Hi,
hope you can
hi,
hear
Irene.
me.
I need
and
to
hope
I need to swear you in first. Do you swear that the
Yes.
testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And yes, and we at first, the Art Deco Neighborhood Association would like to acknowledge and thank the previous speaker. He pretty much said it all. We are residents of Ocean Drive, and as an organization, we also respectfully oppose these kiosks. The only thing that we can add to that very comprehensive presentation are just a few of our points in terms of our perspective as residents and advocates. We believe that the Historic Preservation Board's job, we would hope and assume that it is to not only preserve and protect the buildings, but also the historic environment of our neighborhood. And we would hope that you do not allow these 8-foot tall metal structures, which we believe would just change the environment of the historic district. And we also just have a question in terms of technology. In a world where we have cell phones and we can pick up anything, get any information really at the palm of our hands, why would we need kiosks like these? And I just want to make the point that the historic district is not solely commercial. There are many residents living throughout. And if the MDPL said that it should be nowhere near historic buildings and residences, that would be very difficult to do in the historic district, which has both. And in particular, Ocean Drive, we do not believe these belong on our street. And just in closing, I'd like to thank the board for listening to us and hope that we take everything into consideration, in particular the previous speaker, which I hope he will attend tomorrow's meeting in front of the commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. I see Daniel. Daniel, we'll get to you after the next speaker.
Thank you. Ann Bloom, again, I am a full-time Miami Beach resident. I live at the Deco Plage. The only reason I really even know about these kiosks, as I call them electronic billboards, is because I'm a member of the ADNA. And so when I learned of that, I made it a point to be here today to tell you that I understand the concept and I appreciate it, but I don't think they belong here in Miami Beach. Both the structure itself just doesn't really fit in, both in the historic district and even, the location across the street from my building, Lincoln and Collins, about a block south at 16th and Collins, and then a block west at Lincoln and Washington. They just don't fit in. I see people all the time looking at their phones for their directions. And so, the need for the directional assistance to me is questionable. I would love to have had some community outreach. I know of nothing. And I'm trying to be very brief and not cumulative. So one other thing that I want to speak to is, I just moved here full-time a few years ago. I lived and practiced law in Chicago. And downtown Chicago, I don't think we had any electronic kiosks. People managed to find their way around it all the time, either using their phone or actually asking people. And in some of the neighborhoods, the structures, there were some kiosk-type things that announced, what neighborhood you were entering. But the structure itself was really designed to be consistent with and compatible with the architecture in that neighborhood. And it was really very inviting, and it was welcoming, and it was consistent with what you would expect when you walk into a neighborhood. So I just, with all those comments, want to ask you to very seriously consider, as I can tell you are from all of the questions that you had, both the functionality and the style and the use of these billboards. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to submit into the record a copy of the letter I sent over the weekend. Thank you.
Okay, I did see Daniel Seraldo is our next speaker.
Yes, good afternoon, members. Daniel Seraldo with the MDPL. So we have previously held a position in opposition to digital kiosks, similar to those in this application. However, understanding that the kiosk contract was approved by the city of Miami Beach, we are focusing our position on the appearance and impact of the structures on the adjacent historic surroundings. We appreciate the reduction in size of the kiosk by the applicant and that they have proposed to highlight local businesses and cultural programming as part of the kiosk. With many of our existing wayfinding in a state of deterioration, we look forward to better maintained and more informative wayfinding than currently exists on our city streets. We do have some concerns regarding the siting of some of the kiosk locations, in particular to ensure that the kiosks are not placed in close proximity to historic structures. And we share this feedback with the applicants during their presentation to the advocacy committee. Aside from that, we are generally supportive of the proposal, and we look forward to the HPB member deliberations. This is a challenging one. We have members on both sides of this question, but we do overall support it and look forward to your deliberation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Troy Wright, Executive Director of Washington Avenue Business Improvement District. And I'll say this, if you don't want the kiosk in your neighborhood, we'll take them on Washington. Because for us, it's a matter of public safety. We are, and I don't think a lot of people remember or think about this, probably we have more hotels, restaurants, bars, universities than any other place on Miami Beach. So it is extremely important for us to be able to have information available to the public at all times. And like I said, it's a matter of public safety for us. If one of the things that we talk about all the time is public safety, I think this can meet another need in making sure that Washington Avenue is safe again. In addition to that, Washington Avenue has gone through a lot of changes over the last 5 years. And I think with the kiosk, it helps us to make it more beautiful. Beautification is very important. A lot of times people go through Washington to get to Ocean Drive or to get to Lincoln Road, but we forget about the main corridor, the thing or the place that puts or the glue for everything, and that is Washington Avenue. So if you don't want the kiosk in your neighborhood, we'll be more than happy to take them, because for us, again, it's a matter of public safety, it's a matter of beautification, it's a matter of providing information to the general public, and all of those things work hand in hand for Washington Avenue. Thank you very much. So we fully support the kiosk. And like I said, we'll take as many as we can, because we do have 1.5 miles. We're not Lincoln Road, where you have 5 blocks, or not Ocean Drive, where you have 5 or 6 blocks of 1/2 side of the street. We have 315 businesses, and we represent 104 property owners, and I think that is very important to add the kiosk to our neighborhood. Thank you.
That appears to be it for public comment. Yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, could I have a rebuttal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, from the beginning to the end of the arguments made on behalf of Mr. Lorente for this client, this economic competitor of ours, I believe the arguments have been careless, inaccurate, and not well thought through. The first issue is that the letter he sent copied all of you. This was a terrible mistake. If any one of you would have responded and engaged your fellow board members in conversation, it could have been successfully argued that you all were violating the Sunshine Law. Having a conversation outside of this venue with your other board members, which the Sunshine Law expressly prohibits. Number 2, the lobbyist registration. He was not properly registered to be a lobbyist before you all today. The bus shelter RFP does not relate to opposition to an application before you all, so we object to that. Mr. Lorente is aware that Mr. Andrade and I, my co-counsel, represent the applicant, yet he did not reach out to us in advance of this hearing or copy us on the letter that was issued to you all over the weekend. I truly hope their effort to sandbag our team falls short today. Presumably they did not reach out because in their mind there's nothing to discuss. Ms. Lorente represents an economic competitor. There is no middle ground, no room for compromise. They just want to see these applications denied to protect their own economic interest, in spite of the fact the City Commission has approved this agreement and welcomes the opportunity to work with our client. They have tried the approach of throwing everything at the wall and see what sticks. There are many arguments that are purely legal in nature and therefore beyond this board's jurisdiction to consider. The appropriate person at this hearing to weigh in on these legal issues is the city attorney present, Mr. Kalergis. With regard to standing, under the code, If he should file an appeal, he must be an affected person or his client. The term affected person is defined in the code. You must live within 375 feet of the property, or a person must appear at hearing and object. Neither Mr. Lorente nor his corporate client live within 375 feet of these locations. Moreover, as the term person is used here, it's hard to imagine it applies to Mr. Lorente, an attorney representing an economic competitor, or to the economic competitor itself. Accordingly, based upon the lack of standing of his client, we object to all the claims that have been asserted here today. With regard to compliance with the HPB, the COA criteria, they have made general arguments in their letter, but not specific how our application fails to satisfy these COA criteria. According to Ms. Tackett's report, all the criteria satisfied are not applicable. Your professional staff recommendation constitutes substantial competent evidence upon which you all can rely to grant an approval. The kiosks comply with the city code. Section 82-414 permits directory signs. The kiosks have been characterized by the city as interactive directory signs. With regard to FDOT, the city has approved a master maintenance memorandum agreement with FDOT. This is very similar to what has gone on in the city of Miami. In the city of Miami, there are 11 kiosks installed up and down Biscayne Boulevard. Biscayne Boulevard, as you all know, is managed and owned by FDOT. They were within the FDOT right-of-way. So FDOT clearly agrees that these kiosks are permitted and do not violate state law. This happened again 3 years ago in the city of Miami in 2020. Mr. Lorente's firm submitted an almost identical letter to the elected officials there and the city attorney in Miami, which was swiftly rejected by these elected officials and the city attorney. But 3 years later, they are now at it again. We ask that you all ignore and discount the arguments made by Mr. Lorente, stick to the facts, stick to the COA criteria. We have welcomed all your constructive comments thus far and continue dialogue with you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So that is the end of public comment and rebuttal. Open it up to board member comments.
Debbie,
Yes, Lindsay, hi.
you guys skipped over me earlier for disclosure.
Oh, I apologize.
It's okay. So I was going to say that I did receive the letter from Mr. Lorente, an email from Mr. Lorente, email from Jane Krupp, and the email from Tanya Bott, which I think everybody on the board was copied on, and Debbie was as well. And I also received an email from the ODA, Ocean Drive Association.
Great, thank you. Okay, do any of the board members have comments?
We're on the board comments now, right?
Yes,
So I'll start
absolutely.
it off. Well, I'll tell you how I started thinking about this and what I think about it now. I mean, first, it just looks like another visual pollution, like just another sign, like that sign everywhere, a sign. This is just another sign, and if they're more than 3 feet wide, they're taking up almost half of the sidewalks that they're placed on. I also thought you want to provide information, you could put up a QRL code or have something that's not an obstruction for pedestrians and bicycles and other using the sidewalks. So then I was thinking, well, in order not to be as much of a obstruction, I would prefer to see them oriented parallel to the sidewalks instead of perpendicular, so that the foot-wide part would be blocking pedestrians and people could pass. It wouldn't take up as much of a flow on the sidewalk, if you see what I mean, that they would be facing the street and the other side. And then also, I would think that they should be placed, like on the very first page, Indian Creek Drive and 41st Street. It takes up about half the sidewalk, and then there's a light post behind it. There's a sign for Adopt a Highway. There's a sign west 112th Street. I would like it to be placed adjacent to one of those signs. Instead of one obstacle after another, you know, double them up, perhaps, as well as change the orientation. But after Mr. Larkin shared the photo on his cell phone of a visitor center in San Antonio, Texas, as an example of this in front of some historical location, it looked nice there. It looked like it was there for visitors' benefits, whereas here on a sidewalk, it just looks like another, hey, look at me, look at what I have to sell. I think that these would fit better in public areas, like in front of the City Hall, the Convention Center, the Botanical Garden, the Bass Museum of Art, maybe some of at the marina along the walkway, by the footbridge on 23rd Street. I wrote down all the Miami Beach Bandshell, places where, and also garages and parking lots, public garages and parking lots where people are coming in and out. They're coming to our city. They may want to get information as they're getting out of their car and they're going into the parking lot in front of Nikki Beach and Pier Park, South Point Park, Flamingo Park, the entrance at Jefferson and 11th Street. I think that these are all locations where these kiosks may relate better to the locations than just blocking pedestrians on a sidewalk everywhere possible. For me, it's just visual pollution on the sidewalks. But elsewhere, it might make sense, where it's like, oh, I'm glad to know that that's here. So I oppose the orientation on the sidewalks, and I would prefer their location off the sidewalks. And not necessarily that they would have to be two-sided either. Some places but I guess that's up to the manufacturer. But I think you all got my point.
Actually, I happen to agree with Stuart as far as positioning for pedestrians. I think that would be the way to go. I recently was on a cruise ship, and they have interactive kiosks at every elevator bank to let you know where to go and what time shows are and everything else. Now, there's no advertising that goes with that except for advertising within their ship. And I would love to see any advertising that happens on these kiosks to be advertising places within Miami Beach that people can go to. I don't want to be advertised on some cologne to buy or underwear from Calvin Klein. I think these kiosks are meant to be supportive of our community and let people know where businesses are and all the cultural institutions and the things that they can do while they're here.
I'm struggling with this application a lot. I think it's, number one, it's quite overwhelming. I'm looking at a map here with 15 sites on it. Each of the sites have different circumstances. They have different cultural organizations, to Ray's point, that are involved or potentially have not been involved. And the pedestrian issue which my fellow board members have pointed out, is a huge one. I don't think there's any reason that we should be obstructing more of the sidewalks. And so I don't know where to go, to be honest. At first I said to myself, well, I can't possibly agree with sites 3 and 4 because 3 and 4 are near all the cultural arts organizations, more or less, in the city of Miami Beach. And I think that it's very important that we make sure that our partners are okay with that. And to the way that you guys have testified, I don't believe that outreach has been done to all of those cultural arts organizations there. In full transparency, I sit on the executive board of the Bass Museum. So I think that would be very important, just to make sure that everyone is on board. Furthermore, again, from the branding point of view, I think, and I would put that in the overall aesthetic, the aesthetics bucket of the size. the scale, the format, whether they can be wrapped, I think that we need to see some more options. I think we need to see optionality. We need to understand that these things are, that they can evolve, and that we can choose, certain skins on them, let's say. And I do agree with Stuart's point on the San Antonio photo that you just brought up, Michael. I actually was pleasantly surprised. So when I see that kind of a visual, and I see that there's coherence with what's going around, in a plaza in San Antonio or whatever, then I know that there's more work to be done here on these 15 sites. I think that's where I am. I don't know what to do, to be honest with you.
Yeah, all right, I'll just jump in to say that I've been thinking about this in terms of the historic districts and kind of like why we need these in the historic districts. Because our purview is only the historic districts and what makes them special. And, we work with districts that are made unique for their historic contributions, and the architecture is primarily what we look at, but we also look at districts, so the neighborhoods, the streets, and things like this. I haven't yet heard an argument for why these are absolutely needed in historic districts. I can understand why they could be used to better curate or choreograph a visitor experience. When you're on your phone, you just see whatever pops up. With these, it can be more helpful to find things that we need. So kind of listening to Stuart's observation that they might be better served in areas where people are coming and going, and maybe they're just starting where they get on their phones, and they're just like, okay, where do I go from here? But I do think that Lincoln Road is obviously an exception, and Troy makes the argument for Washington Avenue as a commercial artery also being an exception where people could really benefit from understanding a little more about, for example, with Washington Avenue, there are important art programs, there are important cultural programs, the events that they have there, which are amazing. But I'm at the place where I would like to see this continued, where we get a little bit more information about whether we even have a contract still, whether the new city commission is following this through. I'd also like to get a little more information about where design review goes with this, and then I would propose that we kind of take it from there and see if we can kind of come up with those nodes in the districts that we look at, where what Stuart said is actually the case, where people are either letting their car off or dropping things off, rather than going through each one of these and saying, well, this is a challenge, or whatever. So that's kind of where I am right now. Anyone else?
Yeah, I echo, I've seen these kiosks. I think that they're a great improvement in certain areas. I have no issue with the design itself. I think, I probably am not in favor of them being in any historic district, period, just because I don't think it enhances what we currently have in Miami Beach, but I would love to see in a next iteration how it can really enhance the community, be a bit more site-specific to the historic districts, or maybe an alternative would be to relocate them outside of historic districts. So this board, I think, would be more amenable to that. But thank you very much.
Sure. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that we could request a continuance to February. I think that gives us time to meet a deadline for submitting revised drawings. I think that we could work on making these kiosks more site-specific in accordance with some of the board member wishes. Like, one thing that could be done is incorporate within each kiosk, depending on the neighborhood, the nature of the historic buildings that surround them, the nature of the historic district, how it was created, why it was created. I think those would all be interesting things. And just like in San Antonio, where the skin of it matched the skin of the mission building behind it, I think that type of thoughtful detail could be incorporated. It takes some time. We can't come back in January. Debbie would kill me if I suggested coming back in January. So I think February is a good date for us to come back. And by then, yes, all these other extraneous issues that have been kicked up unnecessarily will be settled.
I actually had a few things to add myself.
Sure, Mr. Chairman.
You know, it's been mentioned that there was some opposition. I mean, we heard from the Art Deco Neighborhood Association. I also got emails from the Ocean Drive Association and So Be Safe expressing concern about the appropriateness here. You know, for me, the ubiquitousness of screens and information already makes me feel like this is not necessary, although, you know, I've seen them around in cities and found them to be useful on occasion. I've walked past them more than I've ever used them, but maybe there's someone out there who doesn't have access to information and they might need it. I do think it's particularly interesting, the opportunity there, and I think it was mentioned to consolidate different modes of mobility in a neighborhood. I think that could be actually a very interesting asset and a service to the community, just because we need mobility in our cities. So I think that could be something to really focus on. But the distraction to drivers with moving images sounds dangerous. I know there's no data on it, or there was none presented, but I have to believe that it's probably not good for drivers to see these as they're driving by. It's probably not good for people's mental health in general to just be bombarded even more with moving images and even more advertisements. I think, in fact, it's a distraction from our historic district, because rather than looking up at local landmarks, architectural or environmental or otherwise, people are going to be relying even more so on their security blankets and signage rather than using their, you know, natural senses to navigate by way of landmarks. So I think it's actually, there's something unhealthy about them. I also think that if they were to proceed in a place like Miami Beach, we should be able to customize these even more beyond the color or some stripes. I think that, you know, Miami Beach has an architectural character to it. I think in particular, there's a brand in Miami Beach that's tied to Art Deco. We may have many other historic districts, but the thing that, you know, is highlighted on TV whenever someone says Miami Beach, it's the Art Deco. And it's signage, right? So we have a brand of signage. We have a brand of imagery that these objects designed for every place and no place at the same time really miss out on. If these were really designed for Miami Beach, they would look like they were part of the city and they would actually enhance the city. And by that I mean the shell, you know, not just what's inside the box, but the box itself. Designed by an artist, perhaps. An artist who understands the language of Miami Beach, who understands the language of Art Deco, not just this historic thing that we don't like to touch, we don't like to mix with. And I think it's been mentioned here, you know, the point about where would it be appropriate for these things to go forward. Rather than in the sidewalks, in the middle of sidewalks, I think that what everybody's been pointing to is that they belong, if anywhere, at places, okay? Parks, it was mentioned, plazas.
Parking
the mall, Lincoln Road Mall, you know, in a mall you have a directory. These are, in a large part, like big directories, right? So I think those decisions should be based, the location should be based on places. And that includes bus stops. This is the information you want at a bus stop. And I think that the two companies that are here with distinct interests should actually be working together. And because this sort of thing would actually be really good at a bus stop, because I got off a bus, but now I need a local shuttle. I just came from, you know, across the bay, now I need to connect to somewhere locally. This would actually be a great asset. And it was just a few years ago at the Smart Cities competition hosted here in the convention center that this came up. You know, the fact that there are many modes of transportation out there, including the freebie and the different scooters and such, and they each have their own platforms, but if you can collect them into one platform where people can easily access them, and you can actually connect that to a physical place in the city, like a bus stop or like in front of a monument or in front of City Hall, places that people understand to be, you know, physical, real places, I think that these objects become more appropriate. This is also reminiscent of a couple years ago when we were seeing application after application for these 5G towers. all over the sidewalks. And, you know, we thought we approved, you know, the dozen they were asking for, and the following month there was another dozen, and another dozen. And now they're all over our sidewalks. And so what are we, you know, here we're being asked to consider what's appropriate for our historic districts. It's not to clutter our sidewalks anymore with, you know, objects that are not absolutely necessary.
And let's check in with Lindsay.
I think my fellow board members covered most of my points. I'm glad that they are seeking continuance to come back before us, because I would like to see not only what the commission decides, but what the DRB decides, in part because whatever decision we do make, I would like to see consistency. And so, you know, what the DRB decides affects us and vice versa. And the DRB obviously hasn't made any sort of decision on it. I am hesitant of, you know, any additional sign pollution. It's something we talk about a lot as far as just visual pollution, but also affecting the right of way, affecting the pedestrian experience. There are a lot of signs in our city, and that sometimes makes it more difficult to navigate when the intention is to make it easier. I'd like to hear more about the future proofing. I think we kind of touched on it. And I know that obviously, you know, they talk about upgrading the OS, but hardware, you know, becomes obsolete as well. And so what does that look like in 10 years down the road? What's the you know, is there an end of life plan for these as far as the hardware goes? Is the hardware replaceable, that sort of thing? Yeah, and then I'll also just speak quickly to Mr. Larkin's point about the emails that we received directly to the board. I will tell you, Mr. Larkin, I know that it's not your firm's policy to email us, the board as a whole, but quite regularly, the emails that we receive from constituents or people opposing or in support of go to the entire board. They don't bother BCCing us or emailing us individually. And I'd like to think that our members know enough not to reply all and have any sort of discussion outside the sunshine. But it's a good point to bring up and something good for us to be aware of. That's all.
Okay, so do we have a motion? The applicant is requesting a continuance to the February 13th meeting.
I'll move to continue.
Then I'll second her motion.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay.
Great, thank you for
See
your time
in
today.
February.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could, we have several discussion items this afternoon. We have Rodney Knowles from the Public Works Department. He's Assistant Director of Public Works regarding the Indian Creek Greenway. So if you have any questions, it's a great opportunity. If we could just roll into that one, and then if we need a break, lunch is here. We can take a break. But let me just, this discussion item was requested by Mr. Reed, and the board agreed to discuss this today regarding the Indian Creek Greenway landscaping project that has been started. And Rodney was kind enough to give me a very detailed update, so I'm just going to go through that, and again, he's available for any questions. So as of November 28th, the update is as follows. So the demolition, clearing, grubbing, and disposal of debris, that is 100% complete. The concrete walkway forming and pouring, so this is the sidewalks, is 65% complete. The irrigation system installation is also at 65%. The electrical conduit for the future bollard installation is 100% complete. The installation of the top layer of 70-30 planting soil is 35% complete. And the large planting installation is anticipated to start second week of December. Obviously, we've now cleared Art Basel, So, you know, a lot of what has been done, and it's an extraordinary amount of work, is stuff that we don't necessarily appreciate, right? As you're not seeing what's happening underground with the electrical conduit, with the irrigation system. And, you know, we do notice the demolition and all of the disruption that it has caused. But the good news is the above-ground landscaping, the soil, the large plants, that is imminently going to be beginning. So hopefully we'll start seeing, you know, more pleasant improvements to that greenway shortly. So that's the update. But yeah, any questions?
Well, the reason why I requested the update is because I saw there was work being done and wanted to know exactly where it's at and what's going to be done. Because when I requested it, this was in before the November meeting, I could see that there were irrigation pipes and sprinklers, kind of like we were getting ready for the landscaping. And I looked online, I saw the conceptual design presentation, and I reviewed the City Commission's resolution approving the conceptual design prepared by Craven and Thompson and Associates. The resolution from the City Commission does mention, and also in the discussions, that the landscape project, and I appreciate that you call it the Greenway project, because it sort of is the Greenway. There was a Greenway planning process in the late 90s and early 2000s where we had assistance from the U.S. National Park Service's Recreation and Conservation Trails Association. They had planning charrettes. Also, EDAW had a summer student internship program where architecture students designed a greenway for the Indian Creek, but they designed along the entire Indian Creek a greenway. But now we're calling it a landscaping project because basically this was in response to all the landscaping that was removed and lost when the seawall and the road were improved along Indian Creek Drive. But I think it's a great start for a greenway. Right now, the reason why it is not, it's sort of the beginnings of a greenway, is because the path is not continuous from Lake Pancoast up to 41st Street. There are places where there's not enough right-of-way to accommodate both replacing lost landscaping and having a path. There is a pretty long continuous path that starts, I think, I went bicycling there a few times in the past 2 weeks, including on Sunday, and saw that, and I just got an email from Esteban Porcelli from the Mid-Beach Neighbors Association that they saw today. They're bringing in the plant material around Lake Pancoast, and I saw they were moving soil in there, and but the path for pedestrians, and let me just back up a second too and say that this is going to be the biggest expansion for public space and public use since the beach walk was constructed. And in fact, after we got those greenway plans for the Indian Creek, they started planning the ocean walk, and that's probably one of the greatest amenities that we have in the city now, that you can go all the way up to Surfside and down to South Point on foot, away from cars and on the bikes. But our riverfront, the Indian Creek, you go to other cities and they have, and their waterfronts are really used and celebrated. Even Orlando, Lake Eola, or Tallahassee, Lake Ella, Stewart, Florida. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, they have a river walk that goes adjacent to their seawall. And so I would like this to be appreciated for what we're getting now, because it's awesome, but to look at it as something as a starting point to get that continuous greenway, that like boardwalk where there's not enough space for a pathway, and people have to now cross to the other side of Indian Creek, north of 31st Street, for example, up to, there's little segments of walkways. I think there's an opportunity to put a boardwalk over the water there. And even along by Lake Pancoast. So as far as the update that Debbie gave us, on the plans they have mangrove planters where like along that north east corner of Lake Pancoast, they'll put riprap boulders in the water so they can then raise the level of the sea floor so that it can accommodate mangroves. We should look for other places where we can have environmental enhancements, not just mangroves, but let's say seagrass plantings. Lake Pancoast itself, I think, would benefit from something like a fountain to bring oxygen into the water. It's good for the fish, for the habitat. I guess one of the reasons why the beach walk was pursued and the Indian Creek Greenway wasn't is because there are problems getting easements from the riparian property owners that, for example, north of 41st Street, where this landscaping project doesn't have anything to do with it, but I'm hoping one day there'll be a greenway north of 41st Street as well, because that's our waterfront. The reason why we couldn't touch it is because the Indian Creek shorefront is owned by the buildings on the other side of the street. So the city would have had to have a very aggressive program to get the easements or title or however they were to do it for that. So along the segment that we're looking at now, from 41st Street south to Lake Pancoast, there is a holdout south of the footbridge on 28th Street. It's got a fence around it. It has a for rent sign on it. So the path goes, let's say, from 31st or 32nd Street down to the 28th Street footbridge. Then there's a fence, and then there's the pathway south of it. I think if the city is not able to obtain an easement, that we should look for some way maybe to work with that property owner. Maybe there could be recreational programs for kids in the parks, paddleboard rentals, or there could be a little skiff or something docked there that somebody who can maintain the water and pull out trash. The city's resolution says that the improvements are supposed to be from 24th Street to 41st Street. But if you go there now, you see the work stops at about 25th Street. It doesn't go down to 24th Street. I'm using all these words because like I said, this is going to be the biggest expansion of public space since the Ocean Walk, and it's going to be on the waterfront. And our waterfront is special. It's part of the Biscayne Bay Aquatic Preserve. The southern part of the Biscayne Bay is a national park. The north part is a state aquatic preserve. And the Indian Creek is specifically part of it. This is a historical, the plans that we saw, they're talking about having signage where they have the mangrove planters for educational signage. I also think we should have historical signage on Lake Pancoast. And come on, Thomas Pancoast, and that's where it all started in the history of Miami Beach and the Indian Creek. That, in a biography that Carl Fisher's nephew wrote for him, he wrote that Carl Fisher met John Collins when Carl Fisher was lost on the Indian Creek on a boat, and John Collins was just standing by the shoreline and told him how to find his way back out there, because this was before there were roads here. This is our early history. This is our foundation. There should be historic signs as well as environmental education signs. So I wanted an update because I want this to go forward in a timely fashion. I want everybody to know we've got something special coming, but that we could take it further, and we should take it further, so that there's a continual greenway from that bridge at 23rd Street on Lake Pancoast up to 41st Street and then beyond. That this is a great natural resource and could be a great recreational resource. And like I mentioned when we were looking at the project on 31st Street, it enhances the whole neighborhood in a great way. And Indian Creek Drive is now not just going to be another road that happens to be next to the water where people are driving to and from South Beach, but it's going to be a recreation. I didn't even know he was standing there.
Standing the whole time wanting to update you.
I didn't know. So I
It's all positive. I mean, it really
It-
is
it
exceptional.
is.
And I want to thank Rodney for sticking around.
Yeah, thank you,
And
but-
for his leadership.
So I'm glad you're
on
here
this.
so you could let us know about the mangrove planters, for example, or the easements, the properties that are not part of this, or south of 25th Street.
Good afternoon. I'm Rodney Knowles, the Assistant Director for the Public Works Department. I wanted to clarify what's happening with the mangrove planter project. That project was always a companion project to the Indian Creek Landscape and Irrigation Pathway Project because they were being designed by a different consultant altogether. That project has been on pause, and from what I'm seeing right now, we're unable to get the permissions in order to build the mangrove planter at this time. I don't believe that that's set in stone and will never happen. There is a possibility that that component can happen, but that's happening separate from what you're seeing going on right now on Indian Creek, which is the landscape and irrigation and path project that's being executed. With regard to the property that has the fence around it, the city is in conversations with the property owner right now, having that discussion to find out how do we get use of that property and coming to an agreement that is consistent with the agreement that we've made with all of the other property owners along that area. So that fence may not stay up, but that depends on how that conversation goes. But as far as the landscape and irrigation is concerned, we're making great progress. The plants should be going in, some this week and throughout the month of December. We're starting with the larger material and we're putting in the medium to smaller material in layers, and then I think it's going to be something special when it's finished.
And just to guide the discussion, thank you, Rodney.
Sure.
If the board wanted to make a recommendation about a future enhancement of this, current project with regard to more of a continuous pathway so that there aren't breaks, additional environmental enhancements or the fountain you brought up, you could certainly do that to the mayor and commissioner. If you talk about the beach walk, which is amazing, right? I mean, I can't think of another city that has such an incredible amenity. That took decades. I mean, longer than decades, really. I remember, 20 years ago when that was, just an idea. And slowly, because you are dealing with private property owners, even with the beach walk, it jogs and it impacts some private property along the way. That took a long time, but the city persevered. And we got the funding along with, cooperation from private properties. And eventually, we have completed that, which is really exceptional you'll remember when there were still sections of the boardwalk and you kind of had to, navigate that, but it was worth it, right? Clearly. And I think if you wanted to make some type of recommendation to the mayor and city commission for future projects, for future enhancement, a lot of these things would require additional funding and budgetary considerations, but it's certainly, I think, something that, is a great amenity, and I think we can only improve these kind of outdoor spaces, especially with the connectivity is so important. We all saw, although personally, I didn't think traffic was as bad this past weekend, but a lot of people I think did. with the congestion in our city, I think that's, likely everybody wants to be here. We are the best city in the world, from my opinion. And probably there's just going to be more and more people here, more and more congestion, right? It's the price of success. So to have the connectivity and the alternate modes of transportation, including, walkers, joggers, I think is something that the city supports. Yeah, so if the board wanted to make a specific recommendation or a general recommendation, I could transmit that to the mayor and commission.
I mean, I would like, you've heard my recommendations, but I think they're premature. I think first we should, be able to applaud the good work that's done once it's done, and then to say, okay, where do we go from here? Do we stop there or we go further? I think that certainly we have to go further because there's no work being done south of 25th Street down to the 24th Street, and that was specifically in the City Commission's resolution to pursue improving it all the way down to 24th Street.
I can give you some, the boat rental place is a separate deeded piece of property. It's not owned by the upland owner. So that's the reason they can't build the seawall there. They've been negotiating and just haven't gotten any place.
Well, I'm talking about the seawall development. Also, part of the City Commission's resolution, the end, the punchline, the now therefore clause, it's the very last sentence, that direct the city administration to work with Craven Thompson Associates on increasing the pathway and landscape in as many areas as possible. So they liked the plan, but there were commissioners, and attached to the resolution were the remarks from Commissioner Samulian and Commissioner Alaman. We're like, we like this plan, but we would like to see the possibility of extending that pathway as much as possible. And then the environmental enhancements, like the mangrove planters. So yeah, let's get this segment done, and then I would like us to revisit it so that we can put together some recommendations for how to make it better and take it further. But I think even right now, we don't have to go to for signage, historical signage. Because it was already part of their plan is for educational signage. We should be thinking about historical signage regarding Collins and Pancoast, at least.
So you're making that as a motion?
No, I'm not making a motion yet
Yeah, and
because
planning works very closely with Public Works, and we can certainly, take your suggestions into consideration for sure. We're very excited. And
good, and I'm glad that he mentioned that they are working about the holdout property that breaks the continuity
and they
of
don't
the
stop
path.
working. I mean, I know they are, and I'm included in some of that. It's challenging, right? It's a bunch of different entities, and there are private property rights, especially in the state of Florida, right, that we have to navigate. We've been really successful so far. We were extraordinarily successful on the beach walk, which was a similar situation in certain segments. So I'm confident, and we're going to continue to work. I think this was a great conversation. Thank you for bringing up something very positive, and we're not going to stop working. We can only do better. But yeah, it's exciting, and hopefully people are still watching. Probably not, because our regular agenda is over. But I think it's something for people to get excited about.
I was going to say that maybe there's a strategy that could come from this board to connect historic districts. And there are a couple along Collins with the Morris Lapidus Historic District and the Collins Avenue Historic. But just so that we could make, maybe the goal wouldn't all be along Indian Creek. Some of it could be, but then you could maybe go across. There'd be a special crossing where you go to the boardwalk to go through the Morris Lapidus District and go all the way back then over and up to Normandy Isle and up to the north to kind of connect the North Beach. So you could do either the Ocean Walk if you were just going to do a mindful stroll or mindful walk, or you can do a historic walk up the city from the furthest south districts to the furthest north districts and kind of wind that away. Part of it could be I think we'd have a better time kind of making a point if we were trying to unify our historic experiences, and maybe that's another way to think about this moving forward.
I love these ideas, and I think that you could reach even further afield. Stuart, when you talk about our origins moving about on the water, there's that storyline continues up and down the coast, up and down the Indian River for many counties, right? And there are perhaps opportunities through state funding to connect, what were once fishing villages or other historic sites up and down the Indian River, and Biscayne Bay and Lake Pancos perhaps being a kind of special point of arrival, and really making it a place along this kind of larger body of water that connects our historic districts and others that that the state might be interested in, might be interested in helping to fund.
Great conversation. Thank you, Rodney.
Thank you all.
Take care. Okay, so we do have lunch here. We've got a couple more discussion items. It's up to you guys. We can get through the discussion items. I think you can grab your lunch now if you want to. Or you can just grab it on your way out, whatever.
I'd be happy to eat lunch while we're discussing, but I'd like to take a quick bathroom break. Okay. You guys want to take 5 to grab lunch and continue discussing over here so we can overdue? Yes. Okay.
All right, so we'll resume in 5 minutes.
Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Hello and welcome back. We're continuing our December 12th, 2023 Historic Preservation Board meeting. We just took a very brief lunch break, and we're going to continue on the agenda with a couple of discussion items while we try to eat very discreetly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So next up, we have a discussion item that was requested regarding the Live Local Act. This is the state legislation that was adopted last session. And this deals with building affordable housing units within the state of Florida. So what this act did was that it basically says that a project that contains 40% or more affordable housing units, and I believe that's up to 140% of the AMI, that particular project could exceed the underlying height of any zoning district as long as there was a permitted height currently within 1 mile of that project site. This is only applicable to commercial districts and mixed-use districts. So what it also did was it said that the design of any new project that contains the required percentage of affordable housing units would have to be reviewed and approved administratively. That would not be subject to any land use board, whether it's the Historic Preservation Board or the Design Review Board. It is our position, however, that any demolition associated with such project, that any demolition within a local historic district would still require the review and approval of this board. So in response to that, in September, the mayor and the request of former Mayor Gelber and Commissioner Alex Fernandez, along with Commissioner Dominguez and at the time Commissioner Minor, now Mayor Minor, they did refer an amendment to the land development regulations outlining a process of review for the Live Local Act. So I had included that in your package. This actually was reviewed by the Planning Board, and the Planning Board did transmit this with a favorable recommendation to the Mayor and City Commission, who will be hearing it at first reading tomorrow. So this is very timely. Basically what this does is this sets forth a process in which staff, and it makes it very clear, would use the same evaluation criteria. So prior to such project submitting for a full building permit, they would submit a project similar to how they would do if they were going to the board, to staff, in which we would evaluate it not only in accordance with all of the other zoning regulations, but also with our certificate of appropriateness criteria, and that we would issue recommendations based on our evaluation of the project in accordance with that criteria. And then, we would issue conditions that we would require the project to comply with at the time they resubmitted for building permit. So it would be a similar process. It would just not be a public hearing process in front of this board for the new construction. The Planning Board, during the review, also recommended that we provide a mail notice to any property owners that a project has been submitted under the Live Local, so we have included that. This also makes it very clear that the floor area ratio within the underlying zoning district is applicable and may not be exceeded. It also makes it clear that any affordable housing units as part of the project must be on the same property as the additional height would be. So that's it in a nutshell. Nick, am I forgetting anything?
I'm I'm sorry. The only things I would add, Debbie, to what you covered is that the ordinance makes very clear that even though these projects, and again, qualifying projects, can only be approved administratively, what the ordinance makes clear is that staff will apply the design review criteria or appropriateness criteria, respectively, whichever one applies. You know, since we can't require a board review, we are still, under our code, required to apply the applicable review criteria. It's just going to be done at the staff level. And then the other point I'd like to make is that projects are required to comply with all other applicable land development regulations. So the Live Local Act preempts the city in certain respects, such as height and height, density, and as far as administrative approval versus board approval. But the Live Local Act does not preempt us as to FAR, which is how the city measures intensity, and it does not preempt us as to any other design regulation in our resiliency code.
So the part 7D of the Live Local Act, it mentions that the proposed development must be administratively approved, that if it's otherwise consistent with the comprehensive plan, with the exception of, as you mentioned, Nick, provisions concerning densities, height, and land use. It does say specifically land development regulations that they still need to comply with include but are not limited to regulations relating to setbacks and parking requirements. So, I mean, I guess that some of these applications, they're going to need to apply for variances of setbacks or parking requirements. I'm just thinking of the proposal for Ocean Drive, the Clevelander. If you're going to put an 18-story tower there, I guess they need as much room as they can get, or is. But I like what Debbie mentioned, that still demolition doesn't have to be administratively approved. So are you saying that it would come before the Historic Preservation Board about a demolition, or also about a request for variances for setbacks and parking requirements? Would that come before this board?
Yes to both.
That's great, thank you.
I had a question. In the same section 7E on page 4, what is a major transit stop? How is that, is that applicable to City of Miami Beach, or how is that defined in order to consider reducing the parking requirement?
So that's currently, we currently have parking reductions for projects, affordable housing projects that are, or workforce housing, that are within a certain proximity. So any bus route, for example, would be considered a transit stop.
Thank you.
Any more questions or discussion?
Just seeing that there's a new legislative session coming, and this is kind of reacting to a previous decision. Is there anything that you or the city is anticipating that might further undercut the ability of this board to make decisions about the appropriateness of things in the historic districts?
So I don't know if we have any indication that anything with regard to the specific Live Local Act will be on the agenda. But there is indication that last year's bill that failed regarding, I believe it was called the Resilient and Safe Structures Act, there is some indication that that will be coming back. We don't know what form that will be coming back in because there has not been a bill filed. But I can tell you the city is actively working with all affected stakeholders, not only in Miami-Dade County. Commissioner Fernandez has been extremely active already with certain groups in Tallahassee and our local representatives, state representatives here, but also statewide. We had a meeting yesterday with the Florida Trust. And it is something that is very much on our radar. And we know when there's an update, we will provide that to the board.
A question about the act and a question about the proposed ordinance. In the act where it says in subpart 7B that municipality may not restrict the density of a proposed development, so what's the difference between density and intensity, or FAR? Because you were mentioning that we could still set the FAR, but a lot of times I think people assume density means FAR. So what's the difference?
Yeah, that's a great question, and they're very different things. So density is a dwelling unit per acre. So that's the number of units that can be built dependent upon the square footage of your lot. We already have in the city of Miami Beach a density bonus for workforce or affordable housing of 80%. So we already have a very robust density allotment for such projects. The FAR, which is short for floor area ratio, is the amount of square footage. So easy to understand, but not entirely accurate, would be any enclosed area. Air-conditioned area, for example. FAR is more nuanced than that, but just for sake of discussion, say enclosed air-conditioned area, a total number of square feet. Regardless, you could have 1 unit or you could have 400 units, but your total area is limited to a percentage of your lot area. And so the city has ranges of FAR from 0.75 all the way up to over 3 now. I forget what town center is, 3.5. And that's a set number, right, based on the area of your lot of enclosed square footage. Density is specific to the number of units per acre, correct.
Okay. So then, my next question is about something that's in the proposed ordinance that I'm wondering, maybe it needs to be approached a different way legally. So for Nick, where it says in subpart A of the development standards and criteria that all of the amenities and common areas in a mixed development, affordable and unaffordable, that all units have to have access to the same amenities. So since we're not allowed to impose additional restrictions on projects that trigger the Live Local Act, it seems as though this is just directed to a Live Local Act application. I'm wondering if maybe the city code should be amended elsewhere to say that it applies to all properties in the city, that if there's a mix of affordable housing with that they all have to allow each resident or owner access. Because if we're just focusing on the Live Local Act, maybe there will be a problem with that those are being treated differently than developments elsewhere in the city.
So I think that's something that the city could certainly consider requiring of other mixed income developments. I don't know if we have a requirement like that in the code anywhere else. I don't believe so. but it's something we could certainly do. The reason we felt that we could include that condition for Live Local projects is because the Live Local Act does not specifically preempt us on that issue. So, you know, absent a state preemption, we have home rule authority to adopt land development regulations. But it's a good point. It's certainly something that the commission could consider as a policy matter, including as to other mixed income projects.
Does anybody see value with that? I mean, why was it put in here regarding a Live Local Act proposal? I guess it would, the same rationale would apply to any project that people, if people live in the same building, there shouldn't be first class and second class. Just that you all share the building you live in.
And I'm actually told that we do have a similar requirement in the town center core district, in the TCC district.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this was, you know, we were directed to prepare this in response to the Live Local Act, right, which is new and is something that, you know, is somewhat of a concern. I think, you know, a non-Live Local project, for example, would, you know, even if it was a vacant property, if it was in a historic district, it would come before this board. And the board could look at all of those issues, including the layout of the amenity areas, et cetera. I think, you know, what was important with this is because this is an administrative approval, we wanted to be as clear as possible what the review, you know, some of the review criteria will be, in addition to what we already have on the books. So I think that was in response, but as Nick said, you know, if that was something the board was interested in, having more of a citywide requirement, that was certainly a recommendation you could make.
Okay, I think it should have citywide application. I think it's a good rule put in there, and I think it should apply everywhere. And it may avoid some unforeseen issues, even though I understand that we still have home rule perhaps about this one particular issue. It does seem as though singling out for different treatment the Live Local Act projects. So I'd rather see it apply across the board in the city. That each, you know, I mean, I understand that there's probably, the devil is in the details, because condos can limit owners' right to access amenities if they are behind in their maintenance, or they violated rules, for example. Or maybe owners have access to amenities that guests don't. But I think maybe all approved residents in a building should have equal access to amenities that the building offers: beach access, pool access, gym, et cetera.
And, you know, it's interesting because, at least with the Historic Preservation Board, we haven't seen many mixed projects. We've seen workforce, we've seen affordable housing projects, and we've seen market rate housing projects. But I can't think of one that was mixed. We will probably be seeing more of those, right? Because the Live Local Act has that 40% also for some of the, you know, the other incentives, you can have a mix. So we may see more of those. I don't know. We don't have any currently pending, but I think that's a valid point. It's just interesting how the workforce and affordable housing projects that have come before this board in the past 10 years or so have been separate, completely, you know, one or the other, not a mix of uses. But I think a mix of uses is healthy for the city, and maybe that's a model we're going to be seeing more of. The Clevelander, and I did invite the representatives of ownership. I did advise them of this discussion. The Clevelander did submit a set of plans. However, those plans did not satisfy the minimum requirements or regulations that we have in the city code, so that is not currently in the pipeline. We did send them an email outlining the deficiencies of the project, and as of today, they have not resubmitted anything that would comply with our regulations. But, you know, we're hopeful to continue positive discussions with the property owner for that site. So are there any other questions or concerns, or, I mean, do you want to make that recommendation? We could certainly transmit that, that the equivalent treatment of all dwelling units requirement be, you know, we can transmit that saying that that should be applicable citywide for any project that includes a mixture of market rate, workforce, and/or affordable housing.
Okay, I'll make that as a motion, that we recommend to the city commission that they make that aspect of the proposed ordinance universal in the city.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, if there's no more discussions, all those in favor?
Yes.
Okay, I will transmit that recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there's nothing further, we had the one last item, and this was passed out this morning. I know we did say that we would get this to you earlier for your review. I'm just going to apologize for that, that you don't have you did not have this in advance. But regardless, based on the last discussion that we had regarding potential recommendations for the update of the city charter, we did draft a proposed amendment that we believe was consistent with the direction the board gave us. So that's within the Citizens Bill of Rights within the charter, which is really the place where, you know, significant policy direction is. It deals with, you know, the public's access to information, the ethics ordinance, very, you know, substantial policy is in here. So we did include, and that's on page 4 of the printout, a provision that says it shall be a policy priority of the City of Miami Beach to promote the preservation, restoration, rehabilitation, and resiliency of the city's historic districts, historic resources, including city's National Register historic districts, individually listed National Register historic sites, local historic districts, and individually listed local historic sites. This may include the adoption of legislation by the City Commission, zoning incentives, cultural programming, and promotion and marketing efforts. So if this were to be in the Citizens Bill of Rights in the charter, it would outline this as a very strong policy that the city would endeavor to enforce. And then we also, you also had discussed at the last meeting, possibly issuing a recommendation to the planning board that the land development regulations require a 6/7 vote of the city commission prior to adopting any ordinance, which through amendment, exemption, repeal, or otherwise reduces the powers and duties of the Historic Preservation Board or creates less stringent historic preservation standards or regulations. After discussing with Nick, it didn't fit in the charter, but it could be a separate recommendation to the commission. On the agenda tomorrow, there's an item that, again, because of these state preemptions, preempting the voter approval for certain things, including the historic preservation powers, as well as FAR within the city. There's an item on the commission agenda tomorrow to require a 6/7 vote for FAR increases. which we are now preempted from actually going to the voters on. The same would be true of the powers and duties of the Historic Preservation Board. So currently, there is a 5/7 vote to do so, and if the commission adopts the 6/7 vote for the FAR, that will then require a 6/7 vote for FAR. In potentially, they could consider doing the same for the powers and duties of this board. Okay, so we're in favor of transmitting that to the mayor and commission. Everyone in favor? Yes. And let's see, Lindsay. I don't want to forget Lindsay. Lindsay, are you in favor of these?
Sorry, I raised my hand.
I see you. Are you in favor? Yes, did she say yes?
Yes, I'm just coughing.
Oh, okay, feel better. I don't wanna, okay,
is
so
there a
that was
way-
an affirmative. So I can transmit that to the board, and then are you supportive of the charter amendment that we drafted? Everyone is? And I
I
will
mean,
take a
really
yes
in
from Lindsay
favor. I
as
think
well.
this is great, this
Okay.
charter amendment, that it
Yeah,
becomes
thank you
the
for putting
policy.
this
Well,
into
we can
words, you
thank
guys.
Nick. Nick did a great job, I agree. Okay, and I have agreed to attend the Charter Review Committee meeting in January to transmit your recommendation in person.
It's an advisory committee that was appointed by the city commission earlier this year. And it's tasked with conducting a full review of the city charter and making recommendations on potential amendments. I would just ask, I'm sorry, Debbie, if we could have a motion transmitting both of those recommendations so we can include that in the LTC.
Just one question I just thought of, actually. Does this charter include hate speech as well?
So,
And protections,
there is a provision in the charter that addresses non-discrimination. We also have a very strict human rights ordinance in our city code that prohibits discrimination in housing, public accommodations, employment, and in public services. Hate speech specifically is addressed in, I believe, in some state criminal provisions, but if there's something specific you'd like to, I can talk to you offline about that.
Yeah, I was just thinking more with kind of actually more in the art world right now. That's kind of a big conversation that's going on right now. So any kind of just being very clear that we don't tolerate any form of hate or discrimination of any kind, and through other acquisitions of certain pieces of art pieces and whatnot. So that would be something I would be interested in understanding if that was, how, like you said, I guess the section that's already in there, if that would kind of cover that.
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
Okay, that's a great point. So do we have a motion to adopt both of these recommendations?
Can I move it?
So moved.
Yet? Okay, moved,
Second.
seconded, all those in favor? And Lindsay is a yes. Okay. Let Lindsay rest. Lindsay, we hope you feel better. Happy holidays. That's all I have, board members, so wishing you all an extremely happy holiday season, and we see you in 2024.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. Enjoy. Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.